What's up, everyone? Richard here. Welcome to the morning session. How's it going, Walter? Howard? Thanks for joining.
Really good, thank you. How are you guys doing?
Good
Very
stuff.
well,
Yeah, not too bad, thanks. Yourself?
Yeah, cannot complain. Not a bad couple of days.
Good.
Yeah,
good,
I can't
good.
complain at all.
Well, these news events treating you well? CPI, PPI.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a
Which
big
one?
CPI. CPI came in very strong, to goodness.
Yesterday.
Particularly on yesterday. Sorry,
Mm,
it was an interesting session.
it was, yeah.
Yes.
All right, guys, let's kick things off. Before we do, to all our viewers, thanks for joining. If you got any questions, as always, feel free to drop them there in the chat box, and we'll be happy to respond. Oh, do you want to kick things off, or Walter? Are you?
Yeah, let's do it. 1 second.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, I've moved to a different location, so if my connection is a little bit iffy, let me know and I will quickly move. So here we go.
Sure thing.
Okay. Yeah. So
Whereabouts are you at the moment? Are you still at home, or did you travel?
I'm still at home, but I just tried a different location. So okay. So current trades. I'm long sterling dollar. Let me just get the daily first of all. Yeah, is that all coming through? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are popping in and out of frame the whole time on the. I don't know.
It's happening to me as well.
Yeah.
So it's like you guys pop out, and then it I see a loading screen, and then it comes back on.
Yeah. Okay. Is it just me, or is it Richard as well, Walter?
Oh, it's Richard as well. So Richard's screen also goes off.
So, it could potentially be the actual software, streaming software.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, so I'll go ahead and see what we can do. So so essentially long sterling dollar. I picked it up. I started buying really kind of yesterday.
Yeah.
So this is yesterday. We had the. Well, this is kind of like the last few days. So it's been in a corrective sequence from the previous swing high. So we had this kind of ABC down to 134.5, and then we had this kind of scenario yesterday whereby the CPI gave the dollar a bit of a kick lower and sterling a kick higher. So this kind of came up quite hard, broke through the resistance, came back in again, and as it settled, I decided to basically thinking that's the end of the correction. So I managed to catch a good piece of the late rally yesterday, and then I exited and before the decline this morning, and got back in again this morning. So I'm sitting long at the moment. I'm looking really for 136.20, 25 just to take the profits on that particular trade. But overall, it's still very very positive, dollar negative. So just kind of from the top, we have back in 2022 major low, first wave up, then an ABC correction for wave 2, which ended in February this year, and since then we've been trending higher with very kind of shallow corrections in what I think is wave 3, which should take us much higher. More shorter term, this is still weekly. We had that kind of breakout a couple of weeks ago through this kind of consolidation and the old swing high, and then we had a couple of weeks really just unwinding the overbought condition from that push higher, and now this week through last week's low earlier this week, and here we are. We're making a bullish outside week by the looks of things. So, but bullish outside patterns usually tell you that there's a big push in momentum yet to come. So there's a very strong as far as I'm concerned, to see this rally really start to ramp up to much higher levels. So in terms of kind of resistance levels, on the weekly chart, we've got a couple over here. We have 36.5, which is not a million miles away, and a bit higher up, more importantly, 37.5. So that could be something to look for going into the end of this week and maybe early next week. So how does that look, guys? Does that come across okay?
Yeah, Howard, just you go and keep going because I'm trying to work in the background here just to see if I can fix the stream.
Got you. Okay.
Okay.
That's sure thing. So that's cable sterling dollar. So euro dollar. Actually, I got in a bit earlier on euro dollar. I got in yesterday before the CPI. This is the daily. So back to the intraday. So euro dollar. I got in on this kind of outside day reversal pattern the previous day. So down, made a new low for this kind of correction, or well, nearly made a new low for the correction, and came all the way back up and took out the previous day's high. So that made like a bullish outside day pattern on the daily chart. Then we had the kind of sideways correction going into the kind of CPI figure here, and obviously the CPI came out, and like with sterling, it saw a big ramp higher in the currency against the US dollar, and that helped quite a bit. I had my stop kind of I think it was I kept my stop initially below these lows, so this kind of breakout here, fake out, the stop was held here, so this pullback didn't take it out, and then obviously the market started to ramp
Nice.
higher from that point onwards. So yeah, not a bad day or two on being long currencies against the US dollar. On the system side, the system actually did well on a couple of the things too. So if I just stop the screen here and present for the systematic stuff. So the day trade system, the euro dollar day system. So we had a couple of prior to yesterday, which was a kind of a small winner on the CPI. That was a winning long trade. There were two consecutive losing trades the 2 days before it. That was the end of a 10 trade winning sequence. So the last 10 trades before this one were all winning trades going back over about a month.
Very nice.
And that's still a pretty good average. I mean, out of 12
yeah.
trades, you had 10 wins and 2 losses.
Yeah,
That's really good.
and yesterday kind of resumed the winning streak, hopefully. But yeah, just a small kind of trade. But yeah, prior to these two losers, literally 1 month of win kind of thing. And it's every so often it does produce a kind of a good series of winning trades consecutive without too much drawdown. So
nice. What were those purple bars there in the chart?
Sorry again.
What are those purple bars there in the chart?
Yeah, good question. So the purple bars are the Asian session.
Okay.
So they're just time. So that's the Asian session. So that for me is kind of like the dead zone, if you will.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
Yeah, different color for Asia.
So the idea, I mean, one of the components is false breakout FBK, which waits for the break session, and then it gets ready to buy as we come back in by a good amount, and then typically the momentum will follow going into Europe, North American session, maybe sometimes into the close and sometimes beyond it. So it's not a bad smash and grab type idea. Let's just see if there's any more back here. Or the last one. So some days it doesn't trade if the setup's not there. There's another one there. Although that one wasn't a false breakout. That was a different one, which I price magnet, which gets in just as the market approaches a key level, in anticipation of a break of that level, because the stops are on the other side of that level. So it's a kind of combination of false breakout, magnet, kind of. It's a bit like a sort of a gravitational pull type thing. The closer you get to a key level, the more likelihood is that the market will at least test it and go through it. So that strategy did quite well. The other one, which is more longer term, euro dollar, it's still holding long. So it entered actually on the CPI with a bit of slippage, obviously, because there was a bit of slippage as the figure came out. But regardless of the slippage, we're still sitting quite a long way from entry. So the entry was like 14.46. I think the fill was around 14.55, 60 or so. So quite a bit of slippage on the break higher. But because this is quite a low frequency system strategy. When you do get slippage, it's not really the end of the world because it doesn't. It's not high frequency. So it took partial profits here again overnight, and it's long 1/3, holding it until the end of the session really. So that's that one. Yes, a similar trade that it did was going back a week or so here. Kind of bought the breakout, partial profit, trailing stop, and then it just does nothing for several sessions and waits for the setup to come again.
How do we get a question there from Oxys FX, which I believe is James? I don't know if you guys remember James.
Yeah, just 1 second. Let's have a look. 1 second. I'm just going to move across to a trading view. No, I do not. No, this is on TradeStation. This is on TradeStation. But I'm sure there is. I'm sure there's a way to color the bars according to time zones. I'm sure there is.
Yeah, there's a time zone indicator on there, James. I've actually loaded it on my chart recently, and there's an option in there to color the bars or the candles instead of actually showing, you know, like a square with the actual time.
Yeah.
Whichever session that you want to actually see.
Yeah, and
I'm
think,
sure like TradingView has a variation of that.
Yeah, I think it can be quite helpful if you're looking at those kind of opening range breakout ideas or even false breakout things, because they can quite clearly show you what the the kind of the battle lines, where the battlefield is, if you will.
Correct.
So yeah, that's kind of some of the systematic stuff that I use. So yeah, so that's that. I got chopped up on dollar yen yesterday, unfortunately. Not every one of these things is a winner. Where's dollar yen? Oh, there it is. Yeah, hasn't come through. There was a systematic sell on dollar yen again on the CPI, but unfortunately it came straight back up again. So the yen was quite volatile. So yeah, it's they're still waiting for the action to come through. So yeah, literally here and then just got taken out on the stop here, but then obviously the market continued down. So it got the direction right, but unfortunately the stop was a little bit too. The stop was too close.
Yeah, price was like not enough room for price to breathe.
No, I know. Well, usually it works quite well, but I think the yen crosses can be quite volatile. So I think I got stopped out literally around just above 145 before it topped. Then that was it. But there's no kind of re-entry on this particular system, unfortunately. So, but the good thing was I was long euro dollar, and I'm still long euro dollar. So it wasn't the end of the world kind of thing. Okay, yeah, and that's me for the time being. Yeah, back a bit later on some of these other markets.
Just quickly, Howard, is your connection all right on that side? You're having no issues?
For me,
your platform's running fine.
No problem on the platform or anything.
There must be a stream issue.
I believe it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because my internet is all good.
Because we're all affected. So
yeah,
it's just general.
Because it's weird. Like only I stay on, and then you guys pop up. So do you only see yourself and me would pop off, Walter?
Yeah, that's right. That's what I see as well.
There must be a glitch somewhere.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I take over on the analysis? Yeah. There's something right now I'm just looking at.
Please do.
Today was a slightly frustrating day because, well, I'm just going to share my screen now. So looking at gold, it was a very interesting one. I was anticipating a very big trading day today, which like initially like this, because I went shorts, I shorted in this range. And then there was a big shift to the downside. The market came down, took out the H1 sell side pull, and mitigated against the previous order block. And then I was sort of anticipating like, okay, price will probably like reject and then have to be a continuation. But yeah, so price like immediately, like over a series of candles, swiped back and took out the highs. So I was just like, but I mean, this week has still been a pretty good week. Like I think I spoke about, I was streaming on Monday when I took the trade long, and sort of like in the middle of stream, of course, we had to sort of like end the session, but that trade did eventually go to hit the
Nice.
profit target sort of at the 800 EMA, take out that H1 buy side target, which is where my TP was positioned. And sort of like after that, the market has sort of been given a very gradual bullish trend, as you can see so far. So this week, generally speaking, gold has been bullish, right? Gold has been bullish. But then if we take a look at the sort of the higher time frame, just a refresher of sort of what I'm anticipating. So right now I've got my eyes on two levels. So I have my eye on the high, 3,403. And I also have my eye on the low of $3,293. So these are two key levels that right now I have my eyes on. I do see there is a possibilities of the market out 3,403. And if that happens tomorrow, we're most likely going to see that sort of reversal that I anticipated to take place today, because like within this intraday cycle, we are sort of due for some sort of reversal. But what we are seeing is like just that continuous buying activity towards 3,403. So I'm very curious to see, obviously, what price, like if price will hit this level by the end of today's session, and B, if it does hit this level, are we going to see a very aggressive reversal to the downside, where we could potentially see the market trade back down towards 3,293. So those are the two sort of things that I'm looking at now. The 1 hour is, again, if we look at this from an intraday level, right, we can see very clearly that the market is pretty much trading within a range, right? So right there. So the market is in a very sort of like accumulatory right now. It's very important to notice this because, again, gold spends the majority of its time accumulating, and then 20-30% of the time actually making an impulsive move, a sustained impulsive move in a single direction for some time. So right now, what we've seen, obviously, that, ever since last week Monday, the market has sort of like been within this range. The market took out the high and then came down and took out the low of the range. Logically speaking, right, we can anticipate price to take out the high of the range, right? So that's why getting stopped out of the trade when the market swiped back up, yes, it was like, why did that happen? But at the same time, that there was always that possibility of the market giving that sustained move back to the high of the range and even towards that daily high. So what I'll be looking for in New York is to see if I can basically take a continuation of opportunity towards that daily high. So I have a very clear target in place. So now what I want to identify is an opportunity to trade towards that sort of that target that I've identified. So of course, the first thing is, where are we within a trend? The market gave a full bullish move that started at New York session and ended at Asia session today. Accumulation, and then that reversal move that happened, very sharp move that happened in London. And then obviously what we've seen is a bullish reset of this cycle. So this is the initial area of where I would say market broke structure. And then thereafter, this is the secondary high. And then what I'm now interested in, of course, is the area of interest being the most intense bullish order block. So on the 30 minutes time frame, this is where that most bullish order block is situated. We can see the market price has already retested this order block. So, there is a chance that obviously from here we could see that continuation to the upside. But what I'm hoping, because obviously New York has only recently opened, and what we usually see at the start of a session open is the market would usually swipe to take out a recent high or a recent low before the continuation of whatever that established date is. So as it's obviously the beginning of the new cycle, I'm anticipating new session. I'm anticipating the market to come down and sort of take out this short-term low that was created within that 30 minutes bullish order block. But I'll do the same. So on the 15 minutes time frame, there's a full bearish cycle, which again, like I saw the bearish cycle that's taking place, and I got a bit greedy with this trade initially, because honestly, if I was being logical and not, because I've had a nice few trades at the start of the week, so I thought, okay, let me have a nice big win today, and my judgment did get clouded. But in terms of like the kind of setup I should have taken would have been, because so the setup itself wasn't wrong, didn't get out in the right place. And this is one thing about trading. It's like you can have an amazing setup, but what really defines whether you're profitable or not from that setup is where you decide to set your take profit. And if you set your take profit wide, out of context of whatever that is, then what could have been a winning trade becomes a losing trade. And if you set it too narrow, then what could have been a big winner becomes a small winner. And it's about finding that sort of balance, which sometimes can be tricky with day trading. So if I'd, for example, set that target at the H1 SST, which was my primary objective, and a secondary objective being the H4 sell side target, so the H4 low below, that would have still netted me a 1-to-4 risk to reward, which isn't bad. But for whatever reason, I thought, hey, 1-to-8 seems better. So yeah, on the 15 minutes time, what about looking for? Yeah, so potential for a 1-to-8 and ended with 0, right?
Damn.
So what I'm looking for in this now is, of course, the market has given that initial break as well on the 15 minutes time frame. So we have that first high that's been created after the break, and then we have that third high that's been created here. So what it looks like to me is that we've seen a full bullish cycle. The market traded into this fair value gap, signaling the beginning of a potential bullish reset on the 15 minutes time frame, with this being that initial expansion. So now what we're waiting for is one of two things to happen. A, for price to give a new high. If price were to deliver a new high, then I'm essentially like, this is going to be a really good setup, because then my area of interest would essentially be to enter within this range. So, for example, this candle closes and creates obviously a bullish candle. The next candle closes below the high of this candle, creating a new swing high that closes away from this range. Then what I'll be looking to do is literally to go from this recent order block. Stop goes below the low. And then again, I'm aiming for price to take out the daily BST. Very, very likely it will take it out this session. So I'll simply just aim for like the minimum risk reward that I go for, which is a 1-2. So that's what I'm looking at on gold for New York. So New York, I'm bullish towards the daily buy side target. It's all about whether the market will present us with a nice entry opportunity, which we are going to find out within the next 30 to 45 minutes.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if you guys wanted to add anything to this before I moved on to Bitcoin.
No, you're good.
Yeah. It does look
awesome.
kind of. I was looking at it yesterday, gold, and it was like it was kind of trying to grind higher, but it was struggling a little bit, and it felt that unlike euro dollar and sterling dollar.
Yeah. So you can see like it's very. This is the thing, like this phases, because I'm very familiar with when gold does this. You have to be very nimble with when you get out, because if your entries needs to be on point, your take profit needs to be on point, and you have to be nimble. So like for Monday, I'm so happy that I got out where I did, because if I decided to aim for a larger target, stopped out of this trade, I'd probably break even, or I would have woken up the next day and decided to get out of the trade and scratch out. So like the moves to the upside are sustained, but then the moves to the downside have been really, really aggressive. Sorry?
That was a nice trade you took on Monday, right? That you're talking about there.
Yeah, and then the next day came back down. Yeah, with you and Lara on the call.
Yeah.
And then on Tuesday, the market did the same thing. It gave that sort of what looks to be a strong new bullish move to the upside. And then it gave that sort of like sharp move back down. Right. And then yesterday was an accumulatory session, like for the most part, where the market really didn't do much until we then went into the New York session. And then during the New York session, we saw that the market gave a very sustained, aggressive push to the upside. So the market is obviously, so again, if we like the market is fractal, right? So in the same way that I said that what we're here is an accumulatory phase on the 4-hour time frame, we saw pretty much the same thing happen on the 15 minutes time frame at the start of this week. So this was that sort of mini accumulatory phase that the market was in. And the market then obviously bullish break out of the accumulation range, retested the range retested the range today. And now it's given that sort of like continuation. So this is a very classic break, retest, and continuation strat that gold is giving us. And of course, that continuation will take us to a major liquidity target, which is that daily high.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So so that's that with. So let's try now with Bitcoin dollar. So Bitcoin dollar, I'm bullish right now. I'm just waiting patiently for price to deliver a beautiful, beautiful opportunity for me to get a nice buy in. Because right now, yes, bullish is the bias in the short term, but price hasn't yet presented the sort of like entry confirmation I'm looking for. And the reason I say this, I mean, the daily paints the perfect picture of a bullish structure where we've seen the market deliver a very clear break to the upside on the daily. Again, there's that fractal theme of break, retest, continue, right? Where the market has obviously given us a very clear break to the upside. So I'm just going to paint the picture here.
Walter,
There we go. Yeah.
Quick note from my side. We've been asked to quickly just log out one by one.
Yeah.
And log back in again. Sorry for interrupting your analysis there.
Okay.
Sorry, say that again, Richard. You cut off shortly.
Okay. So maybe I'll just go, then Howard, and then you, Walter. Let's do it that.
Okay.
All right. I'm leaving. I'm going to remove all of you from the stage. All right. We're back again.
Okay. Yeah.
Did you log out, Howard?
I did, yeah, completely, then back in.
Just waiting for Walter quick. Let's hope that resolves the issue. No, it's still happening.
Yeah, just Walter's not coming through.
These things should happen on a Monday. Technical gremlins on Mondays, not on Thursdays. Here comes Walter. He's struggling. I think he's still logging out again. Okay, it's a little bit more stable by the looks of it. No, there you go again.
Yeah, I think the two of us seem to be okay.
Yeah, but I can see you disappear, and you probably see me disappear again.
Yeah, just every so often.
Okay. All right, guys, we do apologize for that to all our viewers. This does happen from time to time, a little bit out of our hands. Just bear with us for a minute or so, and we'll be back. Analysis. Just quickly waiting on Walter to enter the room again. Let's see if we can figure out what's going on here. All right, Walter has to be here now. Hey, Walter.
Hey, guys. Yeah, how is it now? Is it fixed?
Sounds perfect, but I still see Howard disappearing a little bit.
I've just seen Howard disappear and yourself disappear as well.
And then you guys see me disappear as well.
Yeah. We got gremlins in the system.
Yeah, but for sure. So I mean, Apurv is on the background. So Walter, unless we get some more instructions from him, maybe just continue where you left off. I'm sorry for interrupting your analysis there.
No worries at all. No, it's so good. We got to get this fixed, right?
Yeah.
So so what I was saying with Bitcoin, it's right now it's in a very classic break, retest, continuation structure. You simply cannot go wrong with this. So it's given a very nice break structure to the upside, but price is now retesting, of course, that initial range. And then from there, the most likely option or the most likely direction that I do see price moving is to the upside. Again, how far to side, no idea, right? Price could simply take out. So obviously price has created these relative equal highs right here. So we can see price purchase relative equal highs, give a push above the highest point, and we could see price even potentially trade towards 114 or even 116, right? But then the general idea is after we've seen that sort of like explosion, then we are going to potentially see another corrective move to the downside. But yeah, so if you're someone that, for example, like I trade mainly Bitcoin, I don't necessarily focus on investing in the asset. But if you're someone that does that, then this is like a good time to probably add on to your position, because it's like sort of like 106, 107. We're potentially going to see a big move to the upside over the next few days. So what I'm now looking for is that on this is very simple, right? Price has obviously delivered this sort of like bearish correction. If you look at this, right, the market has given this correction move back down to the low of the range, right? So this is our current range right now. And this structure that we're seeing here is very similar to structure that we're also seeing on gold, right, on the 4-hour time frame. Well, sorry, on the 1-hour time frame, where gold has pretty much created this sort of like bigger accumulatory range. So again, I'm anticipating that now that the price has taken out the low of the range, what I'm waiting for is a break of structure on the 15 or the 30 minutes time frame within the range, and then that would for me determine the opportunity for me to look for a bullish buy position to the upside. So taking a look at the 30 minutes time frame, right, we've seen like from starting yesterday, the market began to make a bearish cycle to the downside. So we saw that initial low that was created, the mark below that low retested the most recent bullish bearish order block, and then gave that continuation to this morning into that third leg. And then after that, the market gave a corrective move to the upside, created a high, a new break structure to the downside. So this is a new break, right? So this is the initial low. After that, the market delivered a secondary low down there. So right now, again, there's no strong confirmation that price is ready to reverse yet. We could still see a much more sustained move where the market could take out that daily sell side target at $106,553. So if you take a look on the daily, you can see the area I'm referring to. That area is the point where the market completely fills this fair value gap that still remains open. So we could see the market fill this fair value gap to the T, purging this low. And after that, we could then see a very strong reactive move to the upside that could lead to a bullish break of structure. So again, 30 minutes to me is still trending to the downside. So I'm not yet ready to commit to a option on that time frame. And then the same thing as well on the 15 minutes time frame, where we saw, like, again, this full bearish cycle. The market gave a high reversal, and then after the high and high reversal, we saw a new break to the side right there, right? And then after that break, we saw the new leg that formed down here. And now, obviously, after that, we saw that third and final leg take place right there. The market then broke to the upside, traded below. So again, what is this taking place right now on the 15 minutes time frame? Accumulation. So right now, the market is accumulating on the 15. 30 minutes is, I do see price preparing to give that third push to the downside. So I'm just going to wait for these, like, for that move to take place, and then see what kind of reaction the market gives after that. But right now, I'm not really interested in selling, because like ever since today, we've seen that a lot of the selling activity started from yesterday, went into Asia today, into London session. So the likelihood of New York also like sort of being a down market is pretty slim.
Yeah.
So so that's my view on Bitcoin. So in the long run, when I say long run, I'm referring to literally within the next few days. I do see the market being bullish, but for now, I'm just waiting for the bearish intraday trend cycle to complete itself before committing to a long position.
Gotcha.
So yeah, that's my thought on Bitcoin dollar. I'm not sure if you guys have any sort of or addition to this.
No. So you're gonna try to go long there? Well, if everything falls in place, right?
Not at all. No. It's too early. Way too early.
Right.
Yeah, I think price down just a little bit more. Take out that low at 106, 509, and then after that, like if you look to the left, there's still, it's a lot of imbalance that the market would probably feel before that reaction to the upside that would indicate the beginning of a bullish reversal. But for now, it's still like on the intraday 15-30 minutes time frame. I'm still seeing opportunities for more bearishness.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
it's interesting how Bitcoin has headed down while the dollar is also going down. It's interesting how sometimes it does its own thing. A lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, it does its own thing the majority of the time. But yeah, like there are times when it looks like it's tracking the dollar, but then it breaks away from the dollar and it makes a lot of like its own moves. But there's something I noticed actually quite interesting recently, is that Bitcoin, the way Bitcoin moves actually moves in a similar way to gold, but it's as though Bitcoin is a lagging indication. No, it's like gold is a leading indicator for Bitcoin. I know it sounds crazy, but I was, because I look at these two charts all the time, and then I just noticed some crazy similarities of price action between them, where whatever happens on gold, Bitcoin does a very similar move within either the next session or the session after that. I'm gonna I know Richard probably has something to share. I can talk a little bit more about that and show you guys some of the charts behind it later on. But
you can show that now, Walter. Have you tried using like the compare there, or are you talking about, is it a little bit lagging and then follows direction, or is it like, do you have the
Say that again?
sort of swing very close to each other? The correlation between the two you were talking about.
So yeah, so the correlation. So I'll show you what I mean. I'll just show you these two like side by side, right?
There's nothing happening on my side, so feel free.
And then I'll use an empty chart for this because it'll be a lot easier to see. I use a Binance. So it's not like a super strong correlation where all the moves happen in exactly the same way. It's more of a correlation where if you just look at the smaller like way that price moves on a daily basis, they kind of track each other. So I'll give an example. Let's say from when price basically created this low, right? Now, gold basically gave this aggressive move to the downside and then created a low before bouncing off that low. Now, what happened was, like, if you look at when this occurred, right? This sort of like explosive move came down there. Now, Bitcoin pretty much did a very similar move down, right? Bitcoin did a very similar move right here. So around the same period that this happens with gold, right? Gotcha. So they both exploded to the downside, very explosive move. And then after that, there was sort of like a rejection. And then the market began to find its level to the upside. And then like, again, Bitcoin does the same thing. It begins to recover itself. And then again, if you look at how much, so of course, like what we're seeing now is like gold is holding it to the upside, whereas Bitcoin is falling to the downside to take up the low of an accumulatory range. This move has already happened on gold, but this move happened right here, right? So the move happened right there. Gold basically accumulated, created a high, came down towards that initial low, and then rallied, broke out of the range, retested, and kept rallying. So that's kind of what we're seeing right here taking place on Bitcoin right now, right? Again, it's like, it's just a really, really weird correlation. I would advise you guys, like, just in your spare time, just go look at this. And then just like track and just go back a few days, a few weeks, and just follow the price action for gold. Have your Bitcoin next to it and you can see how it's pretty aerial, how they're just moving in a very similar way. Like, yes, there are times when one might be more pronounced than the other. So like when gold gives a reversal, Bitcoin give a much stronger reversal, whereas gold might give a shallow reversal and then bounce from a key level, whereas Bitcoin gives a stronger reversal to a key low and then bounce from that level, right? But they still move sort of in a fashion where there are times when gold is leading and Bitcoin is trading, and there are times when Bitcoin is leading and gold is trailing. And for me, that's like the kind of correlation that I see between them.
Well spotted. Just
Yeah.
trying to look here. But BTC on my side. Sorry, I'm just trying to chat here with Apurf on the side quickly, or with Mega.
Right. So yeah, gold is going to give a setup today by the looks of it. I'm just going to evaluate the risk to reward potential on this trade.
Okay.
Because this is already given a break of structure to the upside. This is the area of interest. At the
Okay.
close of this candle, this would be a confirm.
So
The
using
long
that as like a
position.
bullish order block type of vibe.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So
Okay.
from the high of this count of this swing high right there to the was created,
Okay.
and then stop goes just below the low, and then again I'm just aiming for this just a 1 to 2 risk to reward.
Cool. Yeah, pulling back. For
Yeah,
now.
so in 2 minutes this candle would close, and that would confirm this opportunity.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
I've got one which I'm looking at right now.
All right.
On crude oil, funnily enough.
Just keep us in the loop, Walter, when you see something happens there.
Yeah.
Just quickly swap to Howard's.
Yeah, jump in at any time.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes. So crude oil on the buy side. Let's just dive in. So just quickly, I was on the thing on the break of that descending triangle on the weekly chart. So we had that massive breakdown, retest of the broken support, back down, retest the low almost, and then quite a strong weekly, and then it's been kind of up ever since. And here we are back on the other side of that line. So it looks to me like this is kind of a bear trap, double bottom, I suppose, if you look on this particular area. So we're clearly back above the pivotal level, which comes in around 64.5, 65. So I think we're good for perhaps a retest of the high prior to the kind of the crash that we saw, which comes in above 71.
What is that price you got there? For
I got
that,
71.88 on the CFD. So obviously on the future it'll be a little bit different.
interesting.
But the high prior to kind of bearish engulfing outside candle. So that's kind of the upside target. On the daily, so we had that kind of there's the low, there's just the low, back up again. I was starting to kind of resell it on the after this kind of rejection on the way up, but it tried to break down, but really that I think once we got back above 63 or so, that really was it for me. I think they're back in the game. So we've since
at least for a little while. I think as well. I'll show you a little bit later what I've got on my chart. I showed you.
Yeah, sure, absolutely, sure. But for the time being, I think the buyers have it. In that we're kind of back above this pivotal level, and I think this little pullback after yesterday's big move could be an opportunity to get in for another leg higher.
Yeah, maybe even a retest off that 65. That would be even better.
Of which one?
Yeah, the break retests.
Yeah, but possibly. I'm kind of going on the basis that maybe today's low could be it. Yeah, I'm looking at the way this thing is kind of pulled back. We've got the old this kind of minor high here, so maybe this is kind of early stages of the buyers coming back in. after the correction. Looks like a nice 50 knots. So I'm taking a bit of a stab at it with a stop just underneath today's low so far. If it gets taken out, then obviously we've got that potential to come back a bit further. But a little bit below the market, I think 10-15 pips below the market. So or ticks, we'll see what we do. So if it kicks in, I'll let you know, guys. Back to you.
All right. You guys okay if I share mine quick?
Go for it.
Yeah, of course.
You'll see that I changed my charts up a little bit.
Oh yeah? What colors have you gone for?
Lots of colors. You'll see now.
Did you get inspired by my charts and decided,
I did, but it looks pretty wild. But I think you'll appreciate it, especially from the market maker model type of people follow. Let me just see if that's going to come up now. There we go.
you go for the green and black.
NASDAQ. And I think who earlier, James, that asked about the session indicators. So I'm just doing the analysis here on the TV charts. And you can't really see it there. I wish I could actually make this a bit bigger. This box over here is the Asian session, London session, and then I've got actually an AM and a PM session for the New York. All right. Then we got built-in fair value gaps that automatically plot. And then we also have bullish and bearish order blocks that also blocked. Right now, obviously, a lot going on here. But if we look, for example, let's just take a look at what happened during the London session, for example. Classic up, and although this was on the NASDAQ, took out the Asian session lows, reversal to the upside. Typically, what I look for during a reversal after an important level has been taken out, in this case, I didn't trade this. Obviously, I will look for this during either the AM or the PM session on the New York side of things. But classical fair value gap to the downside as price an important level, and then it get reversed to the upside again, giving you an inverse fair value gap. Now, obviously, you can go to a 1 minute time frame if you really want to fine tune into that trade over there. And this is a very, very nice type of setup. Price here gave us a beautiful fair value gap on the 1 minute. Again, I'm just going over what I'll be looking for during the New York session, right? So this is just an example. So price broke the New York session, the Asian session during the London session, quite a lot of fair value gaps. And that last one immediately got reversed back to the upside. A lot of traders will call this change of character. And you can see these green plots over here were fair value gaps that also occurred in the opposite direction. Price retested a few times, and Bob was your uncle.
Nice reaction to the upside.
I actually quite often do this FTSE, which works really well during the London session, doing the same similar sort of thing, where it takes out the Asian session high or low, and then, get a reversal in the opposite direction. So this happens over and over and over again. So yeah, a lot of different colors on my chart at the moment. Let's just go back to a 5 minute. For some reason, my charts are very blurry. Do they look clear on your side?
Yeah, it looks okay.
They look clear. They look.
Yeah.
It's weird when I switch to StreamYard on my side, the charts they start blurring. But in any case, yesterday, same thing here. New York AM session takes out the London session. Same thing, reversal back to the upside, right? And this was yesterday during those CPI numbers. Price made a move up, and then it retraced right into 30 AM New York session open. All of that fair value gap that was formed to the upside. And in my opinion, that was a very bearish type of behavior. And the rest from the day, price trended low. I can go over previous days as much as I want. Obviously, we want to know what's going to happen today here. So we've had, obviously, this move higher during the London session. and we've had a continuation to the upside. We still have the Asian session high around about 21,876, which is this orange line over here. So I think we're probably going to have a bit of a continuation to the upside. Now, what's going to happen during the PM session, I don't really know. I won't be trading that. But I would be looking for bullish setups to occur during the the morning session, New York morning session. So we can get a bit more deeper retracement, maybe back into this fair value gap, which is this green block over here. Then that might be a opportunity to go long on the NASDAQ. Okay. I'm not going to show the ES right now. Obviously, they behave very similarly. But there's something else also loaded that I've used to do in the past, and that is to actually go to a 1 minute time frame. And you were talking about correlation between the Bitcoin and gold to some extent, right? We obviously know that the NASDAQ and the are very highly correlated. But something you'll find very interesting is that if I were to compare the ES over the NASDAQ, you'll very find, and you have to do this on a small time frame, in my opinion, because very often, I must actually go back a few days here to find you a decent example of what I mean by all of this.
Wow, that is an almost perfect correlation.
So, insane correlation. But when you get to these situations where, and especially you're looking at an area that you might potentially want to trade, and the pink line here is the ES, for example. See how it made higher highs?
Yeah.
Where the NASDAQ made high and then a lower high. And when you see this very, very sort of short-lived incorrelation or uncorrelation, then typically it's reversals. You can clearly see how correlated they are. But I've seen this over and over and over again. Here's a good example. During the last sort of morning hours before the NASDAQ and the ES, for that matter, enter into the PM session. It might be a little bit difficult to see, but you can see here on the NASDAQ continues higher.
Oh yeah.
But just for a slight moment, the ES does something else, right?
Interesting.
And this is, and I find quite a lot at levels you know, when there's like manipulation or you think there's manipulation or a run of a previous session high or low, whatever the case might be. And if you need that temporary or just fraction of a minute or so where the one market, disconnects from what the other one's doing in price action, then you typically get reversals during that window.
Yeah, so that's called SMT diversion or divergence.
TSI or something like that. I can't remember what they call it.
Yeah. So SMT divergence, usually we see that for between between pound dollar and euro dollar.
Euro dollar, yeah.
And at times between the DI and the euro dollar. So where there's a convergence in around the high between pound dollar and euro dollar, and or where there is a divergence around the same high or the same low, it's usually an indication of a reversal about to take on one of the assets.
That's right.
There's a very similar thing, yeah.
So, you can use this as much as you want, and you can't really go and trade every single instance where they're not correct. But, I find if you do go and, try to see if you see that at areas you want to trade, then you're actually dealing with a high probability change in direction. So, anyway, just that's my 2 cents worth. I did show this chart for the first time yesterday. I'm running this on the 5 minute and the 1 minute. 1 minute again, trying to just fine tune entries, trying to see that correlation a little bit on the 1 minute, because as soon as I go to 5 minute, I just can't pick it up. These time frames are too small to also. I think you really need to focus on a small time frame to see once they actually like disconnect from each other a little bit. Anyway, my thinking is that the NASDAQ will probably continue higher for the remainder of our session, at least, unless we start seeing some crazy downwards turn here. You can see that price just took that Asian high. So my thinking was, since we've seen that strong push upwards here when the PPI numbers came out, that we will potentially see a continuation to the upside, at least to the afternoon session. Right. So I don't have any trades going right now. Howard, yes, crude oil.
Yeah, looking to buy about 10 pips below. So
Are you still
yeah,
looking? Right.
yeah, we're not there yet. It's had a bit of a bounce and to sort of top out a little bit on the.
I just want to show you what I did here yesterday on crude oil.
Yeah.
And obviously both you and me, and I mean, I think every trader in the world, that the patterns were identified a descending triangle.
Yeah.
And then obviously we had to move up. I thought we might get some sort of an ABC. And you'll see that I, on my chart, have let me just get my path tool out here, a shift pitchfork. And generally you get an ABC, a high degree, they'll end at your upper median line if it moves upwards, and then you get a move lower again, right? That price busted through that upper median line. Let me just blow this up a little bit.
Is that crude or?
And during yesterday's session here, I was saying next target could be 67.52.
I think we just got the NASDAQ chart. We haven't got the crude chart.
Is that the NASDAQ chart now?
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah.
Oh, no. Jeez.
Now the crude chart.
Too many buttons to push. ABCs typically end at the upper median line or low median line, depending on which direction they're moving, when you use a shift pitchfork, because they typically, have measured moves. Your A wave and your C wave typically extend the same sort of range, or measured moves as they call it. Now, we were watching this yesterday, and price was breaking above this during yesterday's morning session. And I just want to show you why I'm not using a different setting here, because it's a very visual tool. If I go to just a normal Andrews pitchfork, you can see price left the boundaries of that pitchfork setting. It's just the angle is steep. So this is useless to use this setting, in my opinion. So next thing, just purely visuals, is to mess around with your settings. And you can see here, if you use a shift set, price previously found support at that center median line multiple times. And then they typically, when they extend towards a new line, in this case from the center median line to the upper median line, they act as magnets, right? So yesterday we were just breaking above this median line, or the upper median line. So I was mentioning to people, we're probably going to see a 67.50, which is this 50 median line here. And then to the upside, around about 69.92, or slightly bit higher, let's call it 69, almost 70, would be this upper red warning line.
Okay, cool.
Price might be moving towards.
Yeah.
So,
and you got a lot
what
of
I like about your trade there, Howard, is that it broke above this dash median line and it's now struggling to get through it. It might act as support.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And if it does actually move higher, 69.96, I think it's a good sort of target. Then we had this little gap here that occurred at the beginning of April. But I think if price moves into that, it's probably going to take out this lower high that you mentioned previously, around the 72.
It's an interesting area, and a bit further along in, I think, back end of April, got a bit more resistance as well, just above it. So there's a bit of a zone going on, I think.
Yeah.
So a good kind of target for longs, I think.
My thinking still was, after a triangle that lasted for so long, I mean, multiple months, actually, what's this? At least 1 year.
Yeah.
More than 1 year.
Yeah, looking at Yeah, for a year
You know,
since March.
they typically
Crazy.
occurs your last correction or your fourth wave correction prior to a reversal
Yeah.
back upwards. Now, whether that reversal is going to be corrective in nature, retrace most of this, who knows? Sort of been anticipating that. The only thing that bothers me a little bit here, I just want to hide that quickly, is if this was the end of a descending triangle, then I can only really count, clearly 5 waves down here.
A failure fifth.
Because this low that occurred here on beginning of May didn't break that previous low.
Yeah, it's a bit
So I don't know.
but it's one of those things where when you go back after so many cycles, you say, yeah, that was a failure fifth. And there is a possibility
What's
that
the
could be a
term for
failure
it
fifth.
again?
But
There's an actual term for it where it doesn't break the fifth, but comes very close to it.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it could be.
So
It could be. But
so that might, sort of explain if you disregard this wick that occurred over here. Because if you go to a smaller time frame, like let's say 4 hour, because I don't know if you remember this, we were talking about this the other day. Is this a 1-2-1-2 type of move? And this clearly looks like a beautiful 5-wave move here, potentially with a level 5th wave towards this low here, and then that's it.
So I'd be inclined to call that a failure fifth. So it breaks down into a clear 5.
If that is the case, then crude oil can move quite high, in my opinion, current levels. So I'm personally bullish crude oil, at least to those targets that I've shown you.
Would you ever consider entering a swing position for this? So let's say that the market came down to retest. So if you go into like the 4-hour time frame, there is still scope for the market to come down to retest that range is recently broken out of. Right. So if we do see that sort of move back down towards 60, I think it was 64, I think around $64.
81, somewhere around there. If you look at this high over here, let me just find my magnet mode here. 64.83, maybe a bit higher. If pitchforks work really well as areas to buy and sell at as well, the support and resistance. If I have to just do that, for example, because there's a real chance that if price respected this setting or these angles previously, that it will do so in the future. We have one crazy move to the upside here. Let me just path a few different ways for you here. Then I would expect resistance to come in here because your red warning lines are quite often very strong resistance areas. Then potentially a move back like this could get me into a trade. Or even deeper, if price would do this, retest that upper median line. This is what we call a zoom of a median line, and typically they get retested at some stage again. Now that's very close to these previous highs. This will be a sweet to try and get long and try to hold it for an extended period of time. Or if price doesn't hold
price
here,
comes down, retest that level.
And do that. So I'm setting alerts at, let's say, close to that zone. So if price crosses down and you leave it till July 12th, I'll get an email and I'll know. Obviously, I'll be watching these charts every day, So that's just my part. I'm quite bullish, like you said. We sort of an agreement there, which is a good thing. Sort of seeing the same thing. But ideally, I would like to get in a little bit lower and then try to swing it up. I think if I get here with an expectation to hold this for a few weeks or so, then I think it's a little bit too high, in my opinion.
I'm sure at some point there will be a decent multi-bar correction. I'm just going on the kind of on the shorter term stuff, looking for a bit of an extension higher.
Perfectly fine. Yeah. Cool. That's me. Still battling with this cold, and my nose is like congested.
Still got it. Oh.
But anyway.
You've had it for a couple of days now.
Yeah.
Have you
The kids
taken
bring it
anything
home
for
from
it?
school, and then I get it, and then my wife's gonna get it. But anyway,
Oh,
but that
God.
feels terrible. It's just irritating.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
By the way,
you wanna...
I'm already my trade executed on gold. So just a quick one. So price gave that confirmation. I had a pending order at so price came in already in this trade now. So that's executed my triggered my pending stop at the low, and of course aiming for just the 1 to 2 to the upside. So it's pretty much exactly the same as what I mentioned. Yeah. So now it's to see. So price is very close to that daily. No doubt I will take it as a question of whether it's going to make that sweep to the upside, and then we could see a much more super aggressive reversal, or round where it sort of comes down into the order block, trades a little bit deeper into the order block, and then from there takes out the high. And it will probably maybe, if it does this, if it takes out the sell side first, then it's probably going to be a very aggressive move to the upside before maybe tomorrow Asia session. We could see the beginning of a reversal. But yeah, so what price is going to prefer. Hopefully it takes a short route. That's kind of what I betted on. But if it stops me out, no problem. In that case, what I'll be anticipating is for price to essentially take the longer route to the upside. So obviously this entering at this level down here would give a much better risk to reward in terms of the opportunity. So yeah, so we'll see what price does. But right now I'm just in this trade that's already executed. So now it's a waiting game.
Awesome. Good job. Good morning, Robert. How are you doing?
Oh, look at that.
Hey, Rob.
Oh.
What's that?
Oh.
Boom.
The buyers are coming. The buyers are coming in.
It's Walter dropping
But
a $3 million.
They're coming in a bit too early. Yeah. So this is a sell opportunity. Interesting. Oh, I didn't think that was going to happen, but looks like it is. But what's the potential risk to reward on this? Could I get a 1 to 2? Okay. Right. I didn't think that was going to happen.
To go short.
But yeah, Bitcoin is presented a nice opportunity to sell. I mean, the general idea is this, right? 15 minutes is sort of still in the middle of its bearish cycle. So I'm anticipating a completion at some point in New York. So what the market did, it trapped below this low. As you can see this, right? This is an accumulatory range. So the market is obviously taking out the low of the range, come up to take out the high of the range. Thereafter, obviously, the next move is back down towards the low. So let me see if I can this potential move back to the downside. This is the order block range.
Would you call that
stop loss ideally
like
around where price
the
is?
AMD model? Call it accumulative manipulation. Would you call that something like? Is it the AMD model?
So what did you say, Richard?
Distribution.
Potential, not within this context. For me, this is just a trend. This is just a trend continuation. And when I say trend continuation, I'm simply referring to the intraday. So like to this. But yeah, it's just a continuation of this current intraday trend to the downside. Let's see if I can get that executed as a mark. Let's see, go in this 0.1 sell. All right, so that's in.
Nice.
Awesome. All right,
So
so
what was
there's
that?
two different trades now. Say that again.
That was over a 1 to 2 R, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Sorry,
so
you're
we're looking at
losing
like a
the
1
train
to
while talking over each other a little bit.
2.5 ish on Bitcoin, and then a 1 to 2 R to be exact on
Okay.
on gold.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so let's see, because two things: either price comes down, takes out the low, and then from there we could see a move to the upside where we structure, and that would sort of confirm the beginning of a bullish reversal, or be, because again, where that I think I've mentioned this quite a few times, but the 800 EMA on every time frame acts as some sort of a dynamic area of support and resistance for price.
Okay.
We're close to it, it tends to gravitate towards it. It tends to be like a magnet for price. So for me, just that confluence of where there is sort of like this unmitigated zone down here, where price hasn't, like, it broke away from this range but didn't retest it, and B, 800 EMA, there's the close of this daily imbalance. So again, it's like a very volume rich area within this range. I'm anticipating, like, okay, the market could go back, refresh itself at an area of buy side pull before giving that shift towards this major sell side pull. But then knowing Bitcoin, because Bitcoin has a tendency of doing this as well. Like, I'll show you an example where on the weekly time frame, it has a tendency where it can come very close to retesting a previous area, a previous breakout. It looks like it's going to, and then it just like, and then just sustains that movement to the upside. So this could happen to me right now, where it comes close but doesn't quite take it, and then gives that sort of committed move to the upside. So it's a very classic structure with Bitcoin that I've come to expect if it happens. But yeah, so that's the update on my end. I'll keep you guys posted in terms of how the
Cool.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Just want to show my screen for a little bit, if I may. So the crude oil, it's not getting too much. So it's sort of nibbling higher on the 30-minute chart. Let's go. Excuse me. So yeah, I'm just waiting for a bit of a pullback above this previous high around here. So 2025 or so pullback, and then looking for the market to continue and retest the swing high at least. So that's that. Apart from that, it looks like a little bit of a correction's starting to take shape on. It's had a nice run last couple of days, obviously. So that could be it for the time being. So it looks a little bit climactic on the short-term chart. So maybe we're just into some kind of choppy 1 or 2 day range, which gives us an opportunity to get back in at lower levels. So I'm quite happy to be out of this one for the time being. It's had quite an aggressive run, and obviously dollar yen benefits when we get the corrective higher in the dollar. So dollar yen seems to be finding a bit of support. So the dollar seems to be having a bit of short covering after this kind of 2 day swing, 1.5 day swing. So kind of staying on the sidelines, I think, for the gain. But big picture, obviously, just going back to euro dollar, big picture is still extremely bullish in my opinion. So in that we've had wave 1 from the 2022 low, and action for wave 2 into the January low, and then here we are, we're kind of trending higher in what looks to be wave 3. Get rid of this arrow. So we had this kind of 3.5, 4 week active pullback with a bull hammer here, broke through the high of it 3 weeks ago, and now we're just grinding higher. So looks to be quite constructive. Very happy to be looking to buying dips on this thing. I think we're out mode, and we're going to be going much higher on that.
Howard, would you have very long-term positions on that? For example, let's say you expecting a third wave, impulsive wave,
Yeah,
thinking that was a 1 and a 2, then I mean a third wave can travel
yeah,
extremely far, right? So that's something
yeah.
you would be holding for like multiple weeks, months, even.
No, I'm literally just using it as my kind of filter to do a lot more longs than shorts.
Okay,
So
gotcha.
I'm not
Staying
going
on
to
the
be
right
holding.
side.
I won't. Yeah, I'll keep me on the right side of the market. I think the wave count has been pretty good the last few months.
Okay.
Just keep you on the right. But I'm not going to be holding a 127 or something.
No.
Although it's if you're into that, then great. Probably not a bad place to have a crack at it.
Maybe 0.001 lots, but then I think your overnight fee will eat into your profits.
Just forget about it. Oh, yeah, to be fair, but I think we're in a similar back in 2002-3 in terms of cycle. Just out of
Okay.
interest, can it go back any further than that? So this was the last major low, and then we based out, and that was kind of the start of a multi year advance for euro dollar, decline in the US dollar, and I think we've done that break of resistance. By comparison, I guess we're up about here, so I've got a long way to go on a multi-year basis.
Yeah,
And it ties in with the US presidential cycle as well. I think I might have mentioned it before, where going back at least until Bush 2 and Clinton, the Republican, and before that, Nixon kind of let the whole thing go.
What do you say, the presidential cycle, as they call it?
Yeah. So typically, the US dollar will has declined during Republican administrations.
Oh, okay.
And advanced during Democrat for whatever reason. Don't know why. It just seems to be. Maybe they like to a weaker currency.
Do
to
things
help the economy.
differently.
Yeah.
Really evident.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I mean, Republicans don't see a problem with a weak dollar.
That
so
could
for
be
them,
it.
it's like, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. That could be it. But yeah, if you look back over the last few presidencies, I think certainly since Clinton. So Clinton, dollar strongly up. We had Bush 2, dollar strongly down. Obama, dollar strongly up. Trump, dollar down. Biden, dollar up. And Trump so far down. So for whatever reason,
I wonder if there's a correlation with that and interest rates, because the Democrats, they prefer higher interest rates. Republicans prefer lower interest rates, generally speaking, especially when it comes to corporate tax.
I don't I don't know, because a lot of people say, well, it's all about the Fed control things, not the administration. So
right.
I don't know.
But influenced by the administration as well.
Yeah.
It's all GAN cycles, Walter. That's what it is.
So yeah. So everything's aligned. So yeah. So
it's full moon now as well. So the market's got to pick up now, or they're going to go down.
Oh my God. And dollar index, while we're at it, I guess, just to show you the same kind of the flip side to that. So yeah, I think we've looked at this one before, the long-term wave count on dollar index. So this actually goes back.
It's coming down
some ways. There we go. Back to the 80s. So the Plaza Accord was up here. So the dollar, obviously, under Reagan, the dollar really ramped up, and then it crashed afterwards once they did the Plaza Accord in 1985. So the long-term trend for the US dollar, even going back to 71 when the gold when it was taken off the gold standard kind of thing, the dollar has been in a long-term downtrend. So we get these very powerful counter-trend rallies, but they are counter-trend rallies. They have been counter-trend rallies. And I believe the last one went from 2008 to 2022. So this for me breaks down into a corrective a corrective sequence. And the dead giveaway, really, if we weren't sure about the longer term count, I guess has been the ABC rally from the wave one low, A, B, and C. That tells me that the longer term trend is down again. So that's the major high. That's the first wave down. That's the corrective high. And here we are breaking down in wave three, I believe. That should take us at least down to these levels, 90 odd.
Yeah, that will be
So
insane.
That's
yeah,
crazy. Yeah.
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 If that's
I think
I
we've
don't
got
know if I don't know if the economy will be able to withstand the dollar being that low. That yeah.
yeah. I mean, it may come down here and just base out and then settle into a range again. But I think ultimately it will make new all-time lows. I think it will take out this 2008.
I think
all-time
at some
low
point,
dollar.
the Fed will probably step in before it gets down that low, and sort of like with some capital injection measures to at least leave the dollar trading. So
yeah,
at around
but
87.
yeah. But then it's kind of a rock and a hard place, because if they do that, that's really inflationary, and then there'll be a big flight of capital out of the States, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of they've reached the end of the line. Who can we tap next? But it does, from an Elliott perspective, from a cyclical perspective, and from the political perspective, to me, it looks like there's only one way to go for this thing on a multi-year basis. So that's why all of my trading is,
As you
or most
say,
of my,
you might not be completely right. It doesn't really
Yeah.
matter, but you're on the right side because of the analysis that you perform, right? So
yeah.
that obviously gives you insight what to do with the pound or the euro, which would be bullish. So that whole thing
I
might
mean,
just morph
with the
into one
weekend,
crazy kick of a triangle that's going to go on for like 50 years. You know what I mean?
I mean, I find it quite interesting, and
Which is
as well
also-
how, I mean, obviously we've seen the dollar is getting weaker. Donald Trump is still, I mean, I think these are sort of distractions, but I mean, his recent announcement of giving $1,000 to every sort of like a newborn American citizen, and that $1,000 is going to be locked into an investment fund, and that would obviously track the U.S. stock market, and that child will have access to the funds at the age of 18. Have you guys heard of that, by the way? This is something
No.
he announced
I've not.
earlier
hear
this
that.
week. Yeah, so earlier this week. Again, whether Congress is going to give the green light on it is questionable. But he made an announcement officially that he wants to ensure that every newborn American, if you were born after 2024, you're going to be eligible to get in $1,000 in an investment fund that will be locked in until you turn 18.
Wow.
Excellent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish I
We'll
had
see.
$1,000.
But I think these are
When I was born,
distractions.
I'll be rich by now. If I didn't touch it.
Yeah, it's what you call the magic money tree.
Yeah.
Indeed. Yeah.
See if that happens.
But it's crazy because I think like a lot of people are obviously talking about how the American dollar has been dumping since he came into administration, and his promises were going to make the dollar stronger and all that kind of stuff, but it's not living up to those promises. So he's trying to find other ways to keep people essentially happy for that he's doing something good for the economy.
Yeah.
So
How are we doing there? We've got 5 minutes, guys, from the viewers. We do still apologize about this issue we've been having this morning. Hopefully it doesn't persist into the afternoon when the other coaches come on. But we do still have a bit of time before the morning session ends. So if you've got any questions, please feel free to ask. Robert, are you at work already? Or you're off to work already, sorry?
Robert's probably on the way to work at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah. No chance of me
Already
getting
know his
filled.
full schedule. No one is at work. No one is on his lunch break. No one is leaving work. When he's on the way home from work.
We know everything about you, Robert.
Yeah, no chance of me getting filled on this crude trade by the looks of things. So
Is it not filling? Yeah,
no, it's just grinding higher.
might just go higher from here. Yeah, guys.
Yeah, I mean, like the gold,
sort of just
the gold
grinding
trade and the
upwards.
Bitcoin trade is still, yeah, they're still rolling. Bitcoin is still
You want
bouncing
to share
around.
your
Gold is still
screen,
bouncing
Walter,
around.
before we end our session, because there's nothing happening on my side.
Oh yes, of course.
He's just about to
Indeed,
leave, says
indeed.
Robert.
You see what I mean? Just about to go. There we go. There we go. So yeah, so gold is still sort of like bouncing around entry level. So right now, no true commitment. So this is probably going to keep on moving sort of like after our session is over. But of course, my next session, which will be on Monday, I'll sort of give an update on this. And then for Bitcoin still in range. So again, still in this trade. It's traded a little bit deeper into that order block. Again, we'll see if it respects or takes out the high. And then obviously from there, we can sort of see, whether there's a new commitment to the upside. But for now, I'm still sticking to this as a bearish bias.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so that's that with both. It's been a very active. Yes, like session today was super active, especially for gold, for Asia, for London, particularly. We saw that big move and then that reversal to the upside. So it'll be nice to see if New York session we see a new commitment for this upward move.
Are we losing you there? But
Let's take a look at this.
Yeah, my side, not really a whole lot going on now.
I mean, what's the deal with this? Yeah,
guys, I think we should just cut it.
and tomorrow Friday. I mean, tomorrow's going to be
This.
because of it just keeps
There's
freezing,
just 2
right?
minutes left anyway, a minute and a half. So I think let's call it a day. Most of the action's passed already.
Yeah.
Hopefully they can resolve what's happening behind the scenes, so the next coaches can have a bit more of a smoother ride than us. But we've made a note here, so I'm sure we'll address it and sort it out when we're on back next again. Right, so a minute short of the Q2 mark. Howard, thanks so much for joining again. Nice seeing you.
Pleasure, guys.
Walter, have a good one. I'm actually not going to be on Monday, Walter. It's a public holiday in South Africa, so I think it's just going to be you and Lara.
Oh yes. Yeah.
Enjoy. Have a nice long weekend.
I'm going to have a long weekend. Try to
Have
get
a great one.
It's cold and see. If not, then I'm going to drink a few strong whiskeys.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Enjoy.
Awesome. Have a good
Take
one,
care.
lads.
Take care,
Take
guys.
care that side. Bye-bye.
Take care, guys.
Bye.
Hello, Paul.
Igor, good to see you, my friend.
Paul and
Jannie.
Igor, how are you doing, guys? How's it going?
Nice.
Yeah, good. Yes, going nice. That's good,
Yes.
man. Good to see you again, Igor.
Me
And
too,
you
Jannie.
and you, Paul. Good to see you as well.
Oh,
You have a
we see too
do you
much
have
of
a-
each other, to be honest.
you have a runny nose? You're getting sick?
No, I think it's just the light catching my beard. I need a shave more than anything.
Ah,
Yeah.
I see. Well, Igor, what do you think of the pound US dollar? Huh? It's like it's like being in a washing machine, right? But today it kind of moved a bit higher and it's finding resistance and that sort of thing.
Yes.
But we'll go through all of that right now. But for now,
Excellent.
I'm already in this trade, but for the Hola Prime account, you'll know which one this is, Paul. Don't pretend. You'll know.
I know. Well, I don't pretend to know what trade you've got in, but tell me.
No, I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to show you. So let me show you. All right, let me show you quickly. All right, so it's the Bitcoin trade. Now I got in at with this beautiful hammer bouncing right off, such a clean touch, and we're moving away to the upside. So if you got in on the 1 hour, well done. I mean, it's not too late. You can wait for the 4 hour, whatever you want. But for this session, I'll place this trade. Hello? Why doesn't it want to place a trade? Am I trading too big? Oh, by the way, I don't know the proper risk management on these accounts. Oh, there we go. I was trading too big. I don't have enough margin. Okay, I'm risking $678 on that trade. The stop loss is that there's a bit of clearance between the low and the stop loss. So, but the entry for me was right here on that beautiful hammer bounce right off that support level. So I think Bitcoin, the destination, the moon. So this was the, Paul spoke about this as well yesterday, there are two levels or two potential scenarios. The one was obviously a steep breakout and then a retest, and the other one was a pullback to this level, this 106,700 level. So that's what we got. So that is the level I was waiting for. And one of the things I mentioned in yesterday's session, after going through all the four pairs, Bitcoin had a very clear level with a clear bias. So yeah, we'll see how this trade goes. So that is Bitcoin. What do you think of that, Paul? What do you think about that, Paul?
Well,
So
that's
quiet.
the entrance. It's the entrance. Sorry, what?
So quiet.
Well, I don't want to talk while you're talking. We can try that. I'll just keep talking. You can keep talking. Come on, let's talk. Come on, let's talk over each other. Come on, let's go.
It's going to be like a choir.
Why aren't you talking, people? Come on, talk to me. Talk to me. Stop talking and I will.
You're right. Okay. Good point, Paul. Good point.
It's obviously the entrance we were looking for, right? It's obviously the next line in the sand. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to hold, but given everything's quite bullish, as you've entered, it's a very sensible entrance. So it's bottom of the range. So why not give it a shot? Give it a shot.
Yeah. Look, well, yeah, exactly. This is the thing. Like, this is not just opening the chart and draw a line. You look at a lot of different things and confluences, and there are very specific levels that you identify and wait for. And then once you do get to those levels, you look at how price action behaves at those levels. Does it actually reject? Now, usually on a support or resistance, if you get a really nice flush touch, that first touch, then that's usually a very good entry, right? So yeah, we are getting that now. Again, you want to. Now, I did look at smaller time frames. I was trying to look for some sort of pattern, couldn't find anything on the 15-minute or the half an hour, even though there was an engulfing on the half an hour. The engulfing for me has to happen at least on the 1 hour time frame, right? So we didn't get that, but we did get that strong hammer. So it's just gave it a little kiss and then moved up. I think that was a beautiful entry. So a very tight risk as well with huge potential. Beautiful trade, right? But it could be a loss. So, just keep that in mind. I'm happy to take the loss. I'm not happy to make mistakes, which leads me beautifully to the pound US dollar. Oh my goodness me. Igor, you know that I got into the trade right here. You know that, right? You know.
I know.
Yeah.
It's a swing trade. You don't talk about that.
The swing trade that I moved to break even, then it stopped me out. That one, yeah.
Okay, yes.
So yeah, and for me, we are still in this range. Obviously, now we at the upper end of the range, and we looked like it did close above it, but now it's rejecting there. Now, I'm definitely bullish on this. There's no two ways about it. But I just can't find an entry. I can't find a good entry. There's nothing that I typically would like to see on these time frames. Now, obviously, if you're in a range, first of all, I don't look for any sort of patterns when I'm inside a range. I want to get out of the range and then maybe look for a retest. And by the way, this is also worth noting for the hundreds and thousands of people watching. When you have
Hang on, 100 what?
Hundreds of thousands.
Are you tapped into a stadium or something? I'm like, what's going on?
This is the Twickenham Stadium. Hello.
Yes.
No, but when you identify a support and resistance level, right? You always because you can now see, like it appears through there. Do you move your line up there? This has even moved higher. Do you move your line up there? No, you don't. This is the resistance area. Okay, that first point, that high before it pulled back, you mark that as a level, and then price may either fall short or just pierce through, and then it's doing this again now. But this is your resistance level, okay, not the other points. Not many people know that, right? And this is also something that confuses them. Like, how do you know which one is the actual resistance level? It's the very first point where the high was identified. And when you looked at price action and go, okay, where's resistance? Well, there's usually just one point. Yeah, there's just one point where you trade towards, and that's the resistance. So there it pierced through. Now this is a third touch. So this resistance is getting weaker and weaker. Maybe we get another pullback first, and then eventually we'll break out. Hopefully, we can. I can find an entry here, but I'm not in a trade, Igor. I was in a trade. I think the last time we spoke. Where did I enter? Oh yeah. After the very sad break even, yeah, I entered the trade. Yeah, that's where I entered the trade, and it was looking very good. And I think we had, what was that news event? NFP?
PPA.
Oh, it was one of the. I think it was actually NFP. Last week Friday.
Okay. Okay, for Friday.
Yeah.
NFP.
So we had a pullback, and I thought I was going to get stopped out, but it found support and it bounced off. I'm like, okay, this is good. And then we just had this out of nowhere kind of drop with no news or nothing. I mean, this drop was bigger than NFP and core CPI, right? With no news behind it. It was like, what's going on? So I got stopped out. Right, but obviously that very first entry, if you're watching and you got into this entry, you'll be safe. Okay, but this just highlights again. If I go back here, right, if you find a very solid support or resistance level on a longer time frame, and it holds and it moves away from it, then all of this nonsense it's like it doesn't bother you because you've got such a good level. Now this level over here, as I've mentioned in one of the sessions before, it's a very flimsy kind of level, right? Even though I can explain to you why we made that. You see this little, you can almost like see a double bottom coming off this weekly resistance. Okay, so right there is a support level. Well, that's nowhere near, because this is the 4-hour time frame resistance. This is the weekly resistance. Weekly resistance, breakout, retest. I mean, this is just I mean, if you got that entry, you've done it right. Hold on to it. I think it's going to move much higher. If you're not in the trade like me, stick around. We're in the same boat. And, our lives are not as easy as the people who got in here. That's for sure. But something will eventually unfold. So I'm just waiting for that. I think this resistance level that where we are now, it will be interesting to see if we're just going to pierce through. I don't really care, obviously, because if it does break out, then I want to see an arc, like an arc, for it before it comes back to this breakout level, and then I'll be looking for a long position. Right. So so that's the pound US dollar. I still have those other levels that I've mentioned before. Like on the weekly time frames, I think this is going to move much, much higher. But even in this little range here, you can see that we are, we made a higher low here. So I think if we break this low, which I don't think is likely, but this is the markets and anything is possible. But if it does break this level, it will be very likely to break this level as well. And then this entire structure is just a mess. Then it will be like, okay, now we need to stand back and, go on holiday and wait for the markets just to reshuffle itself for something else to line up. But right now, the bullish scenario is very, very much still intact. And it's just a short-term price action. When it does this, it can be very difficult to trade when you're in this kind of range. You can constantly get stopped out because there are so many signals here that tells you it can go long from this point, and then you just get stopped out, right? Like over here, for example, even the entry I took, wherever that was. So just get out of the range, and then I'll decide from there. Okay, any questions?
Not for me.
No questions. Did anybody listen? No. You didn't listen. Okay, fine. No, okay. So that's the pound US dollar. Still very bullish on that one. Just waiting for an entry. What's the other one? Oh yeah, I saw gold actually moved higher today. Yesterday, where were we trading yesterday? What date is it? Oh, it's the 11th.
Well,
we were trading over here. Yeah. So today we made a move higher right to this resistance level. So yeah, it's the same thing. Like probably more of a bullish bias. You can see like, just by looking at these higher lows, and also we're making higher highs, but at the moment we're not quite getting this last one. Obviously, I mean, we need more candles to see if we're going to break. And if we break this resistance level here, which is obviously again the first touch or the first point here, and not the second one, or you can see that one also pierced through, but this is the main resistance level. So if we can break out of that and maybe retest it, then that would be good. I think anything below that will be very difficult to find a potential level of interest for a long position. Would you agree with that?
I agree.
Yeah.
Hey, Tom.
Rogers.
He said yes. He was listening. Great to see you, Tom. I don't think I've seen you before. Great to have you here, mate. So I think again on gold, we're hitting that resistance. It definitely looks more bullish than bearish. And obviously, if you look at the dollar index as well, the dollar index has gone mad. Have you seen that?
Yes.
There's a big drop. We just make that candle a bit fatter. I mean, we spoke about this several weeks ago. Like we closed below after we had that bullish hammer. That's when I was short on the pound US dollar. We closed below it. And from that moment on, it was like, okay, it's definitely going to take out, or the probability is very high for it to take out this low, and it did. Okay, so that's what happened so far this week. So this is going to continue to go much, much lower. I just want to remind everyone what my views are. This is the weekly time frame. The dollar index I just use as an indicator, and we are going to see with very high certainty from my side. Certainty, probability, pick a word, whatever makes you happy. This 89,500 level, we're going to get there, right? And that's good news if you're bullish on the pound US dollar. Does that mean gold will follow? Will be interesting to see, but the technicals needs to make sense, right? It needs to line up, and there needs to be an opportunity, and it needs to make sense. And then you use the dollar index as an indicator that confirms, like it's telling you exactly the same story, and that's just another confluence that you can add to the fact that the probability is for gold to go up is higher compared to going lower. Oh, be watching this for the car, like all 5 hours of them, John? Do you watch all 5 hours?
Quite a
You
marathon.
can tell us. The marathon, yeah. So anyway, yeah, definitely more. I think right now, definitely more of a bullish kind of lookout on gold, but the technicals are just not doing it right now. So let's see if we can break out this resistance area, and then we'll talk again. We'll talk again there. So that's my view on gold. Any objections, ladies and gentlemen?
That's pretty good, Jannie. Well done.
No pushback? Come on, guys.
But it's difficult to push back when I agree with you.
Okay.
I mean, I can
All
make
right.
some up. I mean, what you just said, I don't like it, and we should get someone else to do it. But that's not true.
All right.
You need to
fine.
tell
Okay.
something.
Okay. I need to say, okay. Yeah. Okay. Let me know. People may listen to or just tune in when I make a joke and then tune out, and then they go, that's what he said. So, no. Okay. Definitely a bullish view on gold. All right. So that's that. We've done Bitcoin and the pound US dollar. The last one is the NASDAQ. And the NASDAQ, well, as I said to you yesterday, what was it the day before? I don't even know what day of the week it is most of the time. That's why I've got ChatGPT. I've asked, that's one of the most common questions I ask ChatGPT.
Sorry, you use ChatGPT for the day, the week.
Not really.
You know,
Not really. I'm just saying. I'm
maybe-
honestly, it's something like, oh, it's Thursday today.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
There is a
Why don't
watch
you-
on computer, yes.
Why don't you just put an end to this? ChatGPT uses a lot of server power, so you're not doing any help for the planet. Get a calendar and then use ChatGPT for something more functional, perhaps, right?
A paper one? Can I get a paper one? Or is that also bad for the environment?
No, they're great. Get one with firemen or firewomen.
Plastic
whatever.
one. I'll get a plastic
plastic
one. Just to
What, a
upset.
plastic one?
To upset Greta Thunberg, I'll get a plastic one, a plastic calendar, almanac. Anyway, so let's focus on the what is this? What is this? Oh, it's the NASDAQ. All right. So yesterday I mentioned, or the day before, I can't remember, but there was this ascending triangle. We've got the all-time highs just above that, and I just mentioned that when you get these triangles and you use that as a catalyst for your trade, very difficult to trade. Very difficult to trade. Right, because you constantly get these little spikes. Where exactly do you enter? Well, you can say, okay, it broke out. Well, where's your stop loss? Below here, say the latest higher low. If you place your stop loss over here, that would be the only sensible place to place the stop loss, since you've got all this chop going on. Where's your take profit going to be? The all-time highs, slightly below that. This is a trade definitely not worth taking. It's just not worth. I mean, some people may be interested in, but for me, because it's the all-time highs, it may kind of just fall short and pull back and just mess you around. It's not. This is not something I'll be. It's a no from me. And for that reason, I'm out. Yeah. Okay, but I am interested in the all-time highs. We just can't get there. We've just been kind of struggling here for some time now, just moving to the side. So it's just a waiting game. So the NASDAQ is still on ice, not doing anything with the NASDAQ. Bitcoin eventually came into play. This is the first trade I placed on Bitcoin in, holy moly, I'll tell you exactly now. Yeah, exactly when. Yeah. That was it even there? No, it wasn't. Yeah.
It's a good while ago.
23rd of April. That's when last I was interested in Bitcoin. So it's been a long time, and the NASDAQ's also been out of play for some time. The pound US dollar has been in play I think maybe once or twice last month. Last month, my trades came from gold. It was just beautiful. So sometimes they're out of play, sometimes they're in a play, sometimes he plays. I mean, I typically place like one trade a week. I mean, this is now the 12th of June. This is my 4th trade. Right? So it should have been 3, because this break even and then the second entry, I mean, I still need to book an appointment with a psychologist to kind of help me to get over it. Do you guys have any words of encouragement?
Well, I think everyone needs to see a psychologist at some point in their life. So
Yeah. So anyway, the point is, when you really identify these, or not really, but when you identify these key levels that you would like to see, or like Bitcoin, for example, right now, if you wait for these levels, you're simply not going to place many trades. As simple as that. And then even when you do wait for them, you can still lose them. It's just how it is. It's just how it is. Okay. But yeah. So anyway, going back to the NASDAQ, yeah, we're just basically ranging to the side. I'm waiting for the all-time highs, or if we can ever get there, and then we'll just take it from there. So those are the 4 markets I'm watching. So basically, out of the 4, Bitcoin obviously now active, pound US dollar, very, very bullish, just waiting for a good entry. Just waiting for a good entry. That's not obvious right now. So
Yes.
on that very high note, I'll pass over to the very capable Master Igor. Thank you, Igor.
Thank you for introduction. This is beautiful introduction. Now I'm going.
Yeah.
So I made a trade. I would just to show you the trade that I just created. I think a few minutes ago. I sold Euro Aussie, and I put stop loss at 1.78, and take profit I put at 1.7605, just not to be a round number. So I would just explain you, maybe best is the trading view chart that can be interesting for this trade, because I think it will tell everything how that looks like. This is the chart. So we got something, I cannot say as a V shape, but it was a really, really huge bullish trend today, especially for Euro. And then it slowed down today. I just entered into this trade. That this can be a tricky, because we are in some kind of the bullish side right now. But what I'm looking for here, I think that even that we want to be bullish and have a strong bullish trend for Euro Aussie, we need some kind of the healthy pullback. And that healthy pullback should be somewhere around this simple moving average 50. And previous resistance, now support level. As you can see, this is the levels from the June 6 and June 5. And I think that price can touch this area here, and then maybe continue to go either higher, either to try to retest down. But anyhow, I just entered into the trade. This is the my B setup, because these kind of trades, it's some kind of the against the main trend. And because of that, I usually put very, very low risk for this kind of trades. But the risk reward is 1 to 2, which is okay. And I will try to see, can I succeed in that or not. So this is the like I said, B setup, nothing special. But today I had a good trade, really good trade related to the British pound dollar, and I will just show you that.
Just move on from that one.
Just move on from
US
that dollar.
One.
Okay.
Don't mention that. Don't talk about your good trades on pound US dollar, please.
No problem. So what's happening with
all right.
So what happened with British pound dollar? So we got on Tuesday a very big low. Actually, we were I think the relative strength index, we were really oversold at that moment, which I like, because all my trend lines that I have on the charts, some are for 7 days, few days, 10 days, that moment will disappear when I have so big low and so big high, and then the new trend line will be formed. And what's happened yesterday, we got two important dots on my trend line. The first one was the lowest low point, and the second one, that was the moment that we had another pullback, just a few pips above to the day before low. So if the low of the 2 days ago was I think 1.3455, the next day the lowest low was 1.3466, 10 pips above. But on a oscillator, we had bigger distance there, and we 45 degrees trend line. And what's happened today, just during the Frankfurt Open and during the UK Open, we got these two big red candles, and in the simple moving average 50, and it was insane. And I just wanted to catch the low, and I tried. I didn't catch the lowest low. I entered at 1.3535, and the low was 1.3525. But anyhow, I catch that trend, and I just target my level of that I repeat very often, 1.362. And we got this beautiful bullish push, and the news, which was supporting for the British pound dollar gain, actually bad results for the US dollar, and this was the really good trade. I had a little bit luck here, just because we get we open and the UK Open, because we were at 1.3590, and in 2 hours to go 50, 60 pips down, maybe actually more. It was the 65 pips down. It's really insane, uncommon, and very good when you can enter and sell low price and make continuation. The reason why this pool was so big is the news. We got the news for the UK GDP that was the minus 0.3%, which is, I think, one of the worst results, together with May, the last month, when we got minus 0.4%. And this is the big drop. But I just want to tell you that all these drops and all these calculations of a minus 0.4%, minus 0.3%, etc., all that are projections. What will be with the UK GDP and whole economy if this tariff war continues? And this is only projection, because if everything stopped and the change, etc., it can be only better. So this is the little bit for me pessimistic calculations from the start of the Bureau of Statistics and National Statistic of the UK. So anyhow, this news helped to get a good price, and I just I'm thankful for that. So right now we are see something that it's good, and what I would like to see right now. I would like to see right now a drop, maybe to retest this simple moving average 50, and again maybe to touch this this trend line, and then to continue again upward. However, there is a probability that we maybe go and break this trend line and make maybe the bigger correction. So this thing I cannot predict, and only need to wait. And I will not enter into British pound dollar while I don't see what will happen on this trend line here. Why I'm thinking that there is a chance that we break. First, we already have a 3 dots. Now we have a 4 dot. The next thing that I'm looking for is this price movements for British pound dollar is not so, so strong. Depending when we catch what's happened with the US dollar index, because US dollar index is really down. It was huge down move, and we are on some way oscillate. There's no new highs, and so many drops down. We had a 3 days, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and every single day we had a drop of 50, 60, 90 pips down. And that's not normal for one strong, healthy, bullish trend. So this is why I'm a little bit worried what will be next few days. I'm bullish. I know it will be new high prices and strong push. But right now, I just need to wait and to see how that price will oscillate there. Related to the British pound, US dollar index that I'm watching right now on the chart, we touch one level. That level is around 97.56. That level is a little bit so important level, I need to tell. I will just go to the weekly chart. You can see just happens here. This level repeat itself so many times. It was the low and high, especially when we tried to break this in the beginning of the March 2022, and several times to those strong levels. This level repeats itself again, and if we draw a pitchfork, I didn't do that. I did some other charts. Today we touched the median line for pitchfork that gather several years in the past. So this price in so many trend lines on weekly and monthly charts intersect on this price that it's insane. So this is some kind of the biggest price magnet in the world right now, this price level. And I need to create that chart, and maybe next time to share with you just to see how that looks like. But anyhow, we are there, and I hope that we will see some kind of reaction, because we are already oversold related to the US dollar. Maybe some small correction, something to happen.
We've been oversold
maybe
since January.
That can be healthy. What I prefer, what I would like. Okay, how you watch that? I just watch on the intraday level, not all other levels. So I would like maybe to see maybe some push till this trend line. The same thing, I want correction for British pound dollar, and maybe then to re-enter to the trade and to try to buy British pound dollar or euro dollar. What should be better in that moment? But anyhow, I would like to wait a little bit to see will be any correction for the US dollar index, because we are really on some kind of the bottom, and we are building some kind of the support right now. So this is why it's interesting. Just to check how my trade is going, not so well, but of course I have a big risk reward ratio, and I think the space for playing, so nothing dangerous. But I would like to go down. We will see what will happen. I just said that the last time. We are still bullish. We're bullish from the June 9, and we are whole this week pushing higher, but it's a little price up down moves, and gold needs to be, sometimes it's very volatile. So I think that if we are above this trend line, we are bullish, and from the last Thursday, and yes, we are retesting that resistance.
Yeah.
So
See, like,
this trade can be made on both sides, and buying and selling. So yes, nothing special there. And on the end, of course, Aussie dollar, Kiwi dollar, I don't want to watch anymore. They're still in the range. They're out for me, still in the range. And US dollar, Japanese yen, starting to little bit recover from the drop today. And we had a little bit bigger move. I want to sell, but I would like to go a little bit up before I sell. Maybe again to retest the simple moving average and then move down. So this is the plan for me. And actually, I think that this British pound dollar just give me so confidence, and so I feel so happy today. But I think that can that can stop very, very quickly if I chase for the trade. So I need to little bit sit on my hands at least next 24 hours. And I got some message from Tom Rogers here. He wrote, curious to see what happens at 2 p.m. Eastern time with a 30 years bond auction. Could shake things up. British pound dollar sitting in the zone. I don't like right now either. Might just wait for a cleaner spot next week. So I didn't watch British pound dollar and the 30 years bond auction, and that can be interesting to check. And I can set up the charts for that while Paul talk about cryptos. So I will just stop my screen, and you can take Paul if you like.
Only if you like. There's an option.
I like. So
okay. Good.
Okay,
Oh, hi Lola. Lola says
Okay.
hi. Hi Lola. We've got, oh yeah, good comments today. Right, let's have a look. Yeah, so as Jannie was speaking at the start, we've had this retrace, which we were talking about most of the week, just waiting for it to happen, and it's occurred. Now we just, of course, need to have a nice bounce. Now let's just have a quick zoom in, of course. So yeah, we're bouncing now, we're retesting, and maybe we can go on from here, but still need a few more candles to ascertain the security of that. And obviously, if you're just paying attention to what we're talking about, we're just looking for something like this, just a double bottom or something, some kind of foundation. You might want to looking to come in, but obviously there's no problem coming in with a hard buy, potentially like Jannie did. There's no problem with that. It's the first touch, so therefore, there's got a lot of buyers going to come in, then you can capitalize on that bounce. But that's where we are really, and we just need to hold this level. But let's just check in with what the money flow is doing, because that can give us an indication of how the market is interpreting Bitcoin's move. So we're still holding. We've broken down from this pennant, which means a little bit of money has flowed into the altcoin market. And again, we're just sitting pretty. Why are we sitting pretty? Because we need to wait to see if Bitcoin bounces. It's that simple. And that's what we're waiting for. If we get a bounce, we should hopefully see some nice altcoin movement over the next few days, potentially, if we can stay in this range. But obviously, when we're seeing a retrace like this, everyone is paying attention to see, are we going to go down further? Hence the hesitation in the market. But this is looking quite promising. I'm not sure we're going to have too much good trading for the remainder of this week, but maybe starting next week, the script might have been flipped a little bit. But let's just see what is happening. Yeah, so if you just look at this as an example, this is just the golden cross chart, which I was looking at previously, which is just tracking all these golden crosses and the percentage gains following them since 2023. And here we are again. And if you obviously depending on what kind of time frames you're trading on, or intraday or otherwise, we're obviously looking very straightforward, very, very straightforward. We're looking for this to surpass this. That's it. It's as simple as that in order for upwards continuation, but we may be waiting a week or so. But let's have a look at some more coins and let's see how they are reacting. So Sol, we had a nice bounce. It's now retesting. And of course, we want to see price action taking names, taking levels with consistency, as opposed to up, down with quite extreme, in quite extreme fashion. So this is what we're trying to see. We want to obviously stay along the golden zone, but the altcoins, again, they're just kind of sitting pretty. They're not selling off with Bitcoin, which is good. If you think about the retrace, which we've just seen from Bitcoin, which is, let's have a just look at the percentage wise. There's the breakdown point. So a couple of percent. And with Solana, let's just see a couple of percent. Or where was I? Just lost the chart. There we go. Solana. And with Solana, let's just have a look. Yeah, so it's about 6%. So based on the market cap, that's everything's following Bitcoin appropriately. No extreme sort of reactions. That's what we'd expect. We need to see what Bitcoin does next. And again, just bouncing, pretty much like Bitcoin, just trying to find its feet at support with move, following, and that's it. So nothing much happening there. Obviously, comp, that's a separate thing because we've had a lot of move. There's going to be a bit of a retrace. But let's just see. Here we go. So FXS is in play right now with that third touch, which I was talking about at the start of the week. Now we've had the higher high, which is good, right? So we've poked our head above this moving average, and now we've had a retest of support. So if you want to come in here, that would be a play. It's not ideal. It's pretty risky. It's bordering on a C setup, if I'm honest. But if we do get a bounce from Bitcoin here, this will absolutely.
C set. Come on, Paul. Why are you focusing on C setups? That's like.
Well, I think it's important to ascertain and communicate to people that not all setups are created equal. And even though FXS is lining up right now with Bitcoin potentially, and if we do get a bounce, like i.e. your trade, Jannie, fulfills, then it will probably pull FXS up. And this higher high is probably the thing which will sell an entrance here still. Ideally, you want some confluence, but it's a C setup because it's the third touch. I mean, principally speaking, it's probably more than that, but also we don't have that much confluence either, and therefore you have to bear that in mind. And how will that inform your trading? You'll trade with less capital because you recognize that it's a pretty risky setup, and it's a more traditional just buy support, hope for the best sort of trade, and that's the idea. And the higher high gives us a little bit of an indication that we're not having a weakness. We're going to have a move here, so that's kind of the play. But we don't necessarily have everything we want to see, and therefore it's a C setup. So it's very important to understand that. Like Michael talks about all the time, that if he sees a certain scenario and he knows it's either his A, his B, or his C, or whatever his setup is, and then he adjusts his capital appropriately, his risk management appropriately, perhaps a tighter stop loss, that sort of thing, and he goes for it. And this is the game, because some of the better setups, they're waiting to come into play, so they're not quite at the right point. They're just coming down the conveyor belt. So FXS is played right now, and that's something for you to trade with Bitcoin, as that's in the right position. And also, Bitcoin dominance looks like it might be supportive, because if we get a drop from here back to the golden zone, this would be good. So there's a potential setup with FXS, but because the market's a bit crazy at the moment, we just have to go with what we've got. And is there any other setups in play? Yeah, so it looks like sand, which we were saying was a long or a short, has turned into a short. So if you shorted that, well done. But we're now running into the 50. So there's a lot of ambiguity. I don't think we're going to come all the way back down here, and therefore this is quite difficult to trade, right? Because if we had a break above the 200 MA here, then you could have longed it because you've had that confirmation. But now we've broken down, and we need the bearish retest to potentially short it. So, but I mean, this is all over the place. If Bitcoin makes a move, it's coming back up here. So this is a C setup as well, but not lining up with FXS. So we can't trade this right now. And ICP is just waiting for Bitcoin's next move. And if we get a move from Bitcoin, a bounce from here, and this is actually quite interesting, because we've had this pullback from Bitcoin, and it hasn't really affected the price action of ICP, which means that there's a lot of resilience here, and people are looking for a breakout. Because when you see a solid reversal pattern like this, it's like, where do we go? We've got nowhere else to go, right? So it's only a black swan event of some kind, or a crazy move from Bitcoin, which is going to invalidate this. We've got a higher high. We're just ready to go, raring to go. And you've also got you can come in at the moving average if we get more of a retrace from Bitcoin, or if it goes up from here, you can come in on the retest of this area. So ICP is a B setup for sure. It's not an A because I'd like to have more confidence in this area, but this is again something which is coming down the conveyor belt and is quite supportive of either direction for Bitcoin, right? So if it comes down, moving average buy. If it comes up, wait for the retest. So ICP should be on your radar. Obviously, I'm not trading it right now because it's not in the right position. And to be honest, with FXS, it's just not in my risk tolerance. But for some of you who have slightly different strategies and different approaches, maybe you've got some additional indicators which can afford you some confluence, then go for it. Of course, it's just not something I'm going to trade myself, but that shouldn't mean you shouldn't. Just for context on that, my students trade about 60% more than me, right? Because I'm always trying to get them to slow down, to trade less, but they're very successful as well. So there's no problem. It's all about you and what you can do. So, but ICP is definitely a better setup. I mean, any thoughts about that, Igor, Jannie, on ICP?
Everything's clear.
Other than the...
All right, Igor, you go.
Igor already said everything's clear. Come on,
Clear.
Igor, be honest, man. Those are ugly charts. Don't you think like the altcoin market, those charts are ugly as hell? Don't you think so?
Well, define ugly for us.
It's just like a mess. Like you have to almost like tilt your head at a 45-degree angle and then zoom in and then tilt it the other way. They're not very clean. Well, sometimes like Cookie. Cookie was a good read. Have you looked at Cookie today?
Oh my God.
Have you? I'm just asking.
No, I haven't, Jannie, because it's not a good setup.
There was one. But anyway, so yeah, that's my take. I think they're very ugly charts. Igor, what do you think?
More ugly, more better setups. So I know that I need to sweat before I make a good profit. So I like ugly charts.
So confused right now. So are we suggesting that the aesthetic of a chart informs whether we trade it or not?
No, okay. Well, in all fairness, let me just say something. Okay, of all the charts you've shown, let's just also mention that we only looked at one chart. Okay, so there was no multiple time frames, and to get a very good picture of what's really going on the big picture, it's just one chart. So that kind of also, makes it more difficult to agree or disagree. Even though I mostly disagree with you, this is now even, it's just, no, I don't disagree. I'm just joking. But it's just, I like to look at multiple time frames, and we're just looking at one. We're just looking at one time frame, so it's difficult to really say, yes, that's a very good setup, or no, because I don't understand the confluences. I can't see the confluences. Maybe you can like take a chart and take us through all the confluences, and then I can give you like a proper a hard time.
Well, I certainly look forward to that. Okay. Well, firstly, for anyone paying attention, I assure you that well, firstly, it's about the most relevant time frame, right? We're trying to assess. This isn't a trade right now. It's looking at a setup. It's looking at price action. It's looking at a reversal pattern, and it's looking at how we can capitalize it on. And there's two options, right? So the confluence for this trade is with Bitcoin and its current position. The confluence is also, of course, we have potentially a golden cross coming in. So if Bitcoin does come back down, then even though, of course, some of you may decide to wait for this kind of slightly ambiguous neckline to break to come in here on the retest, it's a straightforward breakout trade following a reversal pattern. So there's confluence there with two ideas. We've also, of course, got an option to come in if Bitcoin retraces flush with the 200 MA, which again would be a first touch, which is providing an additional level of confluence. We've got the golden cross as well, which supports the context for both trades, up and retest, or down and long, and therefore that's the idea of the trade. But when we're talking about confluence, it's not just, of course, what we're seeing on the chart. So perhaps in more traditional markets, and especially when you're zooming into more of the shorter time frames, then yes, absolutely, you need to have a little bit more. But the whole game here, because if Bitcoin makes a move, it doesn't matter how much is going on this chart. If we've got 10 points of confluence, which all support a bullish narrative. If Bitcoin goes to the floor, it all just gets invalidated. Therefore, the important thing is to look at a chart, find reversal patterns, find basic confluence, which is always 2, 3, or 4 points. And then the most important confluence is lining up the trade with the possibilities which Bitcoin is offering us. And if it then supports the two, that's the confluence which we need to focus on, because as we said, Bitcoin can invalidate it either which way it wants to. And therefore this trade allows Bitcoin to go up or down, and we've got something to trade off. And I suppose that's the argument that this is a pretty good setup. Right, have at it.
All right, we've got a few new, quite a few new viewers on different platforms. Maybe if you could just explain again what you mean by golden cross. I think that might be helpful.
Yeah, sure. So a golden cross is not exclusive to any correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not exclusive to any specific moving averages. I mean, is it specific to the 50 and the 200, or is it just significant moving averages which crossing each other in a bullish or bearish fashion, death cross or golden cross? Is that your interpretation as well, guys?
Yep.
Any
moving
average.
Yeah. So, but obviously the 50 and the 200 are quite significant, and there's other combinations as well. You look at Michael; he likes the 100 and 200, right? I think. So, any significant cross or of the moving averages is a signal you can trade off. Quite simply, because it suggests that a bearish narrative is turning to a bullish one, or a bullish narrative is turning to a bearish one. And if we go back to that chart with Bitcoin, which we're looking at, if I can find it, the moving average one, that's the best probably chart to have a look at. Just pick this up. Yeah, so you'll see here with Bitcoin, we had back in February 2023, we had a golden cross, which was the 50, which is in red here, surpassing the 200, which is of course the slowest moving average on this chart, and therefore when the 50 is above the 200, that's essentially bullish, and when the 50 is below, which you can see here, it's bearish. And when you see these crosses, typically you get a response from the market, and Bitcoin's response was 57% gains. Then of course we have a brief death cross where it crosses the opposite, which obviously is quite a scary signal for any particular asset, and then we see it again, and then Bitcoin gives us 156% gains. Then we again, death cross, it goes the other way. Price action struggles a little bit because of the bearish signals, but then finally we get another golden cross, and then up we go. And this is pretty much the way it works with all assets, as they are very, very significant. You have bots buying on retests of the 200 MA, all that kind of stuff. You have bots looking for these sort of crosses. So there's a lot of buyers and sellers always involved in these sorts of things. And as you can see from Bitcoin, it's quite consistently heading upwards, following these crosses. And therefore, when you look at something like ICP, if I can just find it in less than 20 minutes, there it is. Things like ICP, when you see something like this in the process of happening, right, which is just happening right now, it kind of suggests why ICP isn't retracing at all, really, even despite Bitcoin's move, because it's just ready to go. It's just waiting for Bitcoin to give it permission, right? And even if we do get that retrace, coming back down to retest what is essentially a golden cross in process, which is you touching the 50, which is a set of buys, you're touching the 200, which is a set of buys, you're touching the golden cross, which has got another set of buys because it's a significant bullish signal. Therefore, there is lots of confluence on this potential trade, and that's why it can be a helpful signal when perhaps you're looking for a bit more. So the crosses of moving averages are very helpful, and it's the first thing I learned as a trader, to understand that when you have the fan essentially of all the moving averages in the right order, so the longer moving averages like the 200 or whatever on the bottom, and then the shorter ones like the 21 on the top, and when you see them lining up all in the right order, I mean, you can use that as a buy signal for sure, right? For longer term positions, of course, but even if you're on lower time frames, right, it's the same deal because the moving averages are different. Plus, you can also attach to charts moving averages from different time frames so you can have multi-time frame analysis while also just looking at one chart, which is what you'll see me doing all the time. But yeah, so that was quite a thorough explanation. I hope that was helpful.
That was very good. Thank you. But like as you've mentioned on this. I can't see the name. I always have to zoom. Is this ICP? Sorry, ICP. Yeah, you're right. Like the fact it's that Bitcoin has retraced so much and that's kind of hardly moved. Yeah, that's definitely very bullish, for sure. combined with all the other confluences you just went through. So would you say that's probably, if you had to like put that into a category, would you say that's an A setup, or how would you label that one?
A+, a B+, probably. The reason why it's B+ is simply there's a lot of air here, right? Because we're in this big pattern, right? And this is the issue, because there is a context for a short, right? Now, I'm not saying that many people are looking at that with rubbing their hands and thinking I'm going to make loads of money from a short here, because I don't think that's the case. But I would prefer to have a bit more safety net from the price action, the previous price action. And there is a trend line here, of course, for sure, but we're at the top of this range, and there's a range, so it's a bit challenging. But when you're weighing all of the things up, and we've got a nice set of bullish signals here, then it'd be still perfectly tradable. But I would say it's not quite an A, probably a B+, to be fair, is what I would say. But the setup gains a lot of quality simply because it lines up with Bitcoin and Bitcoin's next move, right? And that's the thing, right? It's very important to have that. That's the edge in crypto. So even a C setup can play out if it aligns well with what Bitcoin's next potential moves are. And if you can get a B setup which does the same, then it's fantastic. And I suppose that's why I brought Internet Computer to your attention all this week.
Is that what it stands for?
Yeah.
Internet Computer?
Yeah.
These guys are running out of names.
Yeah, see, look, Internet Computer.
Yes. Too much name for coins.
Yeah, I mean, I guess because they are like, how many are they? Like, how many coins are they? You mentioned thousands or hundreds?
Tens of thousands.
Tens of thousands?
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
I mean, let me try and get a good answer for that while somebody else talks. How many cryptos? I'm using ChatGPT for not the date.
While somebody else talks, talking out loud while you type. Yeah, but I think if that's the case, yeah, you're definitely going to run out of names. You're probably going to start. It's going to turn into numbers. Coin 7342.
Yeah, you have. Let me just find the AI one, which is so you've got AI16Z. That's one. AI16Z. That's something I'm invested in. So
are you?
Yeah. How many cryptos are in the entire world? Let's see what it says.
Let me see.
It's taking its time. It says it's searching the entire web. See how quickly it can do it.
The entire web.
37 million unique cryptocurrencies have been created globally. Obviously, they're not all around, but that kind of gives you a bit of context. Functional ones, tens of thousands. 37 million unique ones have been created. Yeah.
Wow.
Right.
Wow.
Every week.
37 million.
Wow, this is too much.
But not all of these don't suddenly pop up on Binance, right? They don't, this is like some kid in the basement, like, I love my mom token. Yeah. And they'll just release it, make some NFTs, and then it will get hacked and be gone in a couple of days, right? It's just nothing. It's just a blockchain thing. It's not like you can just create it and get Binance to just take it. So it's not like that. So, but there's thousands of tradable cryptocurrencies with decent market caps. Thousands added each week, with only one or two essentially new ones making it to the surface. As an example, with Hola Prime X, currently the list is about just over 100, and they are pretty solid USD pairs, which means they're very well established typically for trading. So yeah, but it's crazy, right? So many, and it's just going to get more.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, and this is where Igor's going to come in. We actually spoke about this on Tuesday. Because Igor, I've promised all the viewers that you are going to create them like an AI assistant for free. No, I haven't. I haven't promised him that, but I did say we're going to talk about that because he was sitting there. Okay, just
that's
because
my rate.
No problem.
But if you imagine, because we were talking about this on Tuesday, if you imagine, I think Paul actually mentioned this in one of the sessions where he said, this was a long time ago. You've only mentioned it once. Yes. Maybe you didn't mean it, Paul. I'm sure you did. But it was basically what you said was, you want your students to do better than you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
if you, and that's a great goal. Now, if imagine the student is now this AI, like a virtual student, right? So now you train this virtual student how to trade, and then it picks setups and so on for you, and then you give it feedback just like you would give your own student feedback, right? And it will go back, and then it will, that's how you train it. So you train your virtual student, if you will. So how do you and then the idea is for your student to do much better than you. Now, because it's AI, should do a lot better than you, right?
Because well,
And
I mean,
yeah.
AI doesn't have emotions. But
Yeah.
I think the principle about my students doing better, I think it's more just a case of I'm a better teacher than I'm a trader. I just think that's the reality of the situation.
There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, but I think I don't look how the question is. I think the more complicated question is, how do you train it like that? How do you get it to train like that? I mean, it's
no, you don't want it to trade. You don't want it to trade, like in your particular case, Paul, because we just mentioned that there are like tens of thousands of different coins. So obviously not all of them tradable and so on, but they are, let's say hundreds, which is still too much, right? So you have this student that goes and identifies the opportunities or potential setups based on what you typically look for. And now the guy we really want to ask is gone. Where are you?
Where's Igor gone?
Igor.
He had enough. He had enough. Wednesday, Thursday, whatever. Friday, close enough.
I think he could sense what was coming. It's like, I'm not taking part of this.
Well, I don't know what's coming, so you know.
Oh, here he is. Well, almost.
He just went to invoice you.
Oh, there you go, Igor. We thought you left because you knew what was coming. You're like, I don't want to be part of this. So anyway, so the idea is obviously this virtual student that you are training to become eventually better than you, right? Based on how you trade. So it will be different for every single person. So my virtual student is not going to be the same as your virtual student because we're going to train them differently. Does that make sense?
It does.
So how do you, where do you even start? Is that something you can do for us? Probably not, but how do you because I don't think this is,
yes, I think there's
sorry, carry on. Well, there's a bit of a delay on your side, but it's okay. We'll be patient.
I think it's called reinforcement learning. So you can create a bot or the virtual student or anything that will, pass and fail 1,000 times, and every single time better and better, and in one moment become better than you.
Yeah, but I mean, where do you go? Is there like a?
Imagine that you play the chess with someone, and opponent. Yes, please.
Oh, I think this is like Igor. There's a bit. It's like you in the International Space Station. And there's this massive delay. But what I'm saying is like, no, I understand if you train it, it gets better, and that's basically what we're saying. But my question is like, for the average bricklayer like myself, like, how do you even get started? Or do you need to be like an expert in Python, or you perhaps need to get people like that? Because I suppose it's like you need access to some sort of AI engine, or how does that whole thing work? Can you maybe just talk us?
Igor can speak to the coding, no doubt, and I think this is the side of it which is complicated. It's more a question of how do you get that in what you want. Say for example, because with all of us, you have to pick a strategy to start with, right? An approach, a general vibe, and how you approach the market, and that's going to be quite narrow compared to all the data points which an AI engine could search on the internet, because it say, well, hang on a minute, you haven't spoken to me about this sort of Elliott waves. So I don't tend to trade Elliott waves, so I don't want you to include that thought process, right? Because this is my strategy. But obviously, that's a coding question. Now, as AI itself gets better, the AI tool itself can help bridge that gap between what I'm saying and the coding, so it can do it for me. We're not quite there yet, but I think the biggest point, and then I'll hand it over to the expert, which is Igor. I think the biggest point is that most of my tutoring is about not the fundamentals. It's about the emotion of trading. It's about discipline and reining yourself, and organization and journaling and whatever works, you see. And I think an AI engine doesn't need that. So I'm probably useless at training an AI engine because that's the majority of my teaching.
Yeah, but don't you think it would be useful? Sorry, carry on, Igor.
Igor, go.
I just
There's
think
a delay, so
I just think about that topic. I just think that whenever I start to do something, if I want to do something, I'm not the first guy on the earth that worked that. So before me, someone creates something. So, for example, there are hundreds of trading systems that I can take, and I can test them, and maybe I can tweak them, and I can create something. And I just talking about expert advisors, AI systems, or something like that. I will always use something that already exists. And about your question about if I want to create my student that will mimic me, I think that is realistic. I know some scientists that they try with chess, like I started to talk about. So you want to learn a computer to play a chess, and you give that computer ability, give them the edge, give some strategies. You give a lot of them to that computer. You play with that computer, and you every single time you beat computer. You're the winner. But every single time when you are a winner, computer learns something new. And after millions and millions of evaluations, in one moment, computer will be better player than you. So just talking about theoretically, hypothetically, there is a chance that we can create a student that can be better than us if we use that reinforcement learning. Just hypothetically.
Okay, but there's no do you think that's something that retail traders with no coding experience can without? Well, I suppose you need a team, right? It's not something. There's nothing available out there. You go, hey, we've got this tool, and now you can go in there and start to create your student.
And I think this is the multifaceted nature of AI. We're talking about creating, essentially advanced algorithms which trade like we do, right? But can surpass us, because ultimately, when it's not an emotional being, and therefore it's typically emotions which wreck us and make mistakes, right? So that's that side of it. But the other side of it is, and you're right, Jannie, it's very difficult. Previously, people would sell a lot of it. They'll put a lot of work in. They'll hire someone to code a proper bot or an algo or something like that, and then sell it. That's been the market. There's the Bitcoin family. A similar sort of story, I think, to Michael in terms of that. They created this algo and they moved their family to Mexico, and they just sold the algo. They're very, very successful. Long-term Bitcoin buys over periods of time, they'll get a signal. Now, with Claude AI, with ChatGPT, with Gemini, all these things which are coming up, Anthropic, essentially, you have the ability, as we talked about yesterday, to code even if you don't know coding. Because I can now, with no PHP experience, use these AI tools to create me a Telegram bot which can translate things, and then that's just one stepping stone towards being able to create a bot. So I think once AI finds its feet, then everyday people will be able to do that, right? They absolutely will, because the coders become app developers, and everyday people like me and you become coders, not because we are sitting there knowing how to do it. We're simply using the AI tools to facilitate that, which then allows us to create a better AI tool for trading. And I think the next 5 to 10 years will hopefully actually open the door to those things for everyday people, and you'll find that the world is a little bit in the trading space a little bit more exciting.
So you see, so basically, I can't execute on that idea right now, or we can't execute on that right now, right? We can't do that right now.
No, you can. But what I'm saying is that the level of, because it's an emerging technology, and I mean Claude AI, I mean seriously leading the pack, right? Very, very good. If you think about all kinds of applications, to visual effects, to all kinds of coding needs, just to be able to do all these crazy things just straight away in all technical aspects. It's perfect for the sort of, for photography, video editing, motion tracking, all of these sort of things. It can just ace, which are complicated for humans. But right now, humans definitely need an instructional manual how to create these things using these tools, because they're not realized. But in 5 to 10 years, I think it will be just like everyone now is writing their dissertations on ChatGPT, and all they have to do is remember to take the bit at the bottom which says, would you like anything else off? But I think we'll get there where more advanced tasks are finally being used. And I think the problem is with every single company jumping on AI with completely useless and annoying features like Microsoft Copilot, or, all these Siri things which haven't happened, that's just fluff. What's happening under the surface is happening now. It's just people aren't aware of it, because their only interaction with AI is, oh, look, I can create a phone of myself with glasses. Oh, that's what it is. So I think there's more to the space right now than perhaps we realize, any of us realize.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to try to phrase this in a different way. If I, sorry, Igor, I'll pass over to you now, and then you can say what you want to say, and then hopefully you can try to answer my question. If I wanted to start now, today, and I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm going to start to work on this virtual student. I'm going to start on that. Like, where do I go? What do I do? Like, is there a website? Is there like what do I do?
This is the thing. Go to one of the AI tools and simply type that question in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll do that.
Yes. And go, if you want, go to the replit.com. Did you visit that website?
Sorry,
that is the ChatGPT for programming.
Okay. What did you call it? Replit.
It's a Replit.
Replit. Replit?
Replit.com.
Yeah, it's for creating apps.
Yes, you will see it's like ChatGPT, but you just type what you want to create a program and just create for you. It's crazy. You need to try.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll check it out. I just wanted to know what would this starting point look like, because that would be such a fun project to work on. Maybe
you need to ask the AI and you will get it. Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks for that. I think you wanted to say something, Igor, and then I interrupted you. Did you want to say something?
I just want to say about to answer on the question for Tom Rogers about 30 years bond auction and that stuff. If he's interested still about that, can I share the screen?
Yes, of course.
Okay. So there is a question here about the 30 years bond auction and the British pound dollar, and this is very interesting question. I just a little bit think about that, and it's for all people that watch this session right now. This is something. This is something that it's a little bit how to describe it's a little bit like I say insane, but it's a little bit unexpected related to the 30 years UK government bond, because 30 years UK government bond is a loan that give to the UK government for 30 years, and in the return the government promises to pay your interest regularly every 6 months and give you money back after 30 years. That is the point there. But for us as a traders, we know, for example, that if the British UK economic outlook worsens, in that case, British pound dollar should go down and the yield should go down. And if, for example, Bank of England signals future rate hikes, that means yield is going up, British pound dollar is going up. If, for example, US yields rise faster than UK, then yield is a neutral or maybe down, and British pound dollar is down. And the last combination should be if market expect UK recession, then yield going down and British pound dollar is going down. And this is something that's interesting because right now on the chart, I put the red line. It's 30 years yield. And as you can see right now, from the May 22 up to now, this yield's going down so strong and price is going up. But if I zoom out and look this is still looks like a yield is going up and the price is going up. But this can be really strange. And what is my suggestion is to wait, actually, not to think about pound dollar start to go down. The first thing, if you just think a little bit, about weekly and monthly trends about British pound dollar, what I'm looking for is a cut report for the British pound. And I'm waiting the June report. It will be next week. And why I'm looking that, because all these weeks, big institutional traders and asset managers, they buying British pound dollar. That's me and Jannie and a lot of people we're all bullish. And because of price action and because of that, because we see how British pound dollar is stronger and US dollar is weaker. But something can change because I know that asset managers, they doing the rebalancing of their portfolios in the beginning of the month. And there is a chance that now in June, maybe they will slow down or maybe start to reduce the positions or sell British pound dollar. And that can be very, very interesting. So my just suggestion about your question, I think we need to wait to see the cut report first and then to see how this will look like, because either that we got this bad news about UK GDP, I'm still bullish for British pound dollar, and I need to see something on the charts, on the weekly chart or something before I shift my mind. So I just wanted to add that related to the yields and British pound.
Very good. Thanks, Igor.
Do you have any questions about this?
Not me. Paul?
Very thorough, thank you. And what
I would say, Igor, is like I agree with like it could pull back, because if you look at where we are right now, we are hitting that resistance level, right? From a just technical point of view, forget about all the fundamentals. Just the technical point of view, you're hitting that resistance. Yeah. So even if you didn't know anything about the cut report or anything else, just by looking at that, you should stay back and go, okay, let's just wait and see what happens here. I don't think much will happen tomorrow either. It's the pound US dollar just doesn't look pretty. It looks very similar to most of Paul's charts, actually, to be honest. But but no, just joking. The pound US dollar is not. You're right. That's the bottom line. I agree with you. Robert said, I usually ask ChatGPT to write something for me in whatever language, and then I figure out the errors. Yeah, it makes a lot of errors, right? Even in MQL4, basic, you could just ask it for an ATR, something very simple, and it will just not work. It will not be correct. So AI is great, but it's still it's not even sitting up straight yet, in terms of a baby. It can't even sit up straight yet. It does that. I've tried that, and it's like, you're still going to need them, but I'm not sure for how long. It's obviously getting exponentially better, so it's just a matter of time, I think. I just quickly want to, if you don't mind, I just quickly want to show on Bitcoin, because there are something busy happening right now that I always talk about, but it's very rare that it happens right in the session. So this is a very special moment. No, it's not as well. It's just it's happening right now. So obviously I'm already in the pound. In the Bitcoin trade. But did you watch that video of that gold trade, that beautiful move right on the daily support level? It was very similar to this. Okay, so this is the support level, and it's an identical setup. Now remember, I said, like, okay, my setup was based on the 1 hour. If you get like a reason for entry just on the candle itself, it has to be on the 1 or the 4 hour time frame. If you go smaller than that, it has to be a pattern, double bottom, head and shoulders, ascending triangle, anything like that. Now, what we currently have right here on the 15-minute time frame is we've got this divergence in price, and so this is you get that the move up, and you get that the pullback, and now you get that bullish candle. And as soon as it breaks the high of this candle, you can enter the trade. So right now, it's happening right now. Obviously, I'm already in this trade. But right now, this is a very, very, very good place to get in with a stop loss obviously below. I've got a little bit of clearance there. But the other thing, if you want to play it a little bit safer, is to wait for this neckline to break. Okay, wait for this neckline to break. This is again the 15-minute time frame. So if it breaks above and closes above this neckline, then you've got this confirmed double bottom coming off this very important support level that we've been watching for a few days. Okay, so this is a perfect example playing out right now based on everything I've been talking about for, I don't know how long. Right, wait for the key level, and then you want to make sure the price action actually confirms that what you are looking at, it is actually, it is going to move away from that level. And this is a very good example of that. Okay, so, but definitely the safer point would be to wait for price action to break this neckline. This is if you haven't entered the trade already, based on the 1 hour time frame. So remember, the 1 hour and the 4 hour time frame, you just want clean touches. You want a clean touch, right? Like over here, beautiful hammer candle coming off that support level. And on the 4 hour, you're going to get this inside candle. So if you're going to wait for the 4 hour candle, you want to wait for the new candle to break the last closed candle's high, which is pretty much exactly where this neckline is for the double bottom formation. Okay. So it definitely, it looks pretty good. But yeah, so just talking about the first touches, the first touch on the 1 hour, the 4 hour, it can be an inside candle, a hammer candle, like over here on the 1 hour time frame, or an engulfing candle. Engulfing candle is the strongest one of them all, but an inside candle after a big drop, they're also very good as long as it's right on that level. I think that's actually what the pound US dollar did, right? Right there. This is the 4 hour time frame. There were no patterns on the smaller time frames. But here's that big drop, inside candle, right on the weekly retest. Or this is the weekly break. This is the weekly level. So you got that breakout retest right there on the 4 hour. Big drop candle, inside candle, and off you go. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes. Of course it does. Of course it makes sense. All right. So anyway, Bitcoin, I think, it has definitely a higher probability of going up compared to going down. That's my take on that. We have a... Oh, thank you, Igor. You sent me a private message.
Yes.
I only just saw it now. All right.
Nothing bad.
No.
You hate that Paul, right? He really sucks.
That's terrible.
Thank you, man. You're terrible. Yes.
Say it to my face, Igor.
You say what? Yeah. No, I'm going to type something back now. We're going to have like a typing war. No, I'm just joking. It's basically just the name of the website I asked for earlier. That's all. Yeah, so that's all I wanted to say really on that. And just to get back to what I was saying about the pound US dollar, yeah, I think your screen was still sharing, but this is exactly that. This is the resistance area, right? So just not a pretty picture at all. Nothing is clear. The bias is long, so you definitely won't be looking for a short. For me, definitely not. That's even though you are at a resistance, it's just not wise to do that. It's just not a. I mean, if you really want to kind of chop yourself up, go for it. But it makes more sense to wait for something that lines up with your longer or the bigger picture. The big picture, it needs to line up with that. It all makes sense. But yeah, as I said in the beginning of the session, Igor, I think you're right about the pullback, or at least there's definitely a probability for that. But at the same time, we just got to make sure that we don't lose this level here, because that really, I mean, then this is almost like the bodyguard, if you will, like the of the queen over here. And if that fails, that's it. I think it's going to be a very, very difficult chart to read for me anyway. Oh, did you me quietly exiting my pound US dollar trade from this morning? Oh, did you take a long? As long as you made a little bit of profit, Robert, or break even, small loss, small profit, small loss, they kind of fall into the same category, don't they? It's not really. You do have a long hoddy? What is hoddy? Oh, you mean
dear life.
Dear hold long. I do have a long hold I put in this morning. Okay. Where do you take to? Where's your kind of? Do you have a stop loss, or are you just gonna put your faith in us and leave it open?
Oh God, don't do that.
Yeah, don't do that, Robert. Yeah, we'll all pull an ego and just kind of disappear. Do you see that? Stop loss is 1.34460.
Oh, nice level.
4460. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah. Let's have a look. That's 1.34460. 4460. Oh my God! You know what? Honestly, I need glasses. My eyesight is just like this here. It's just gonna. Yeah, very good level. Very good stop loss for sure. Because if you lose this level, as I've mentioned this a few times, yeah, very good level, Robert. I think you're pretty safe there. Yeah. Anything else to add there, Igor?
Nothing. I think I don't know the entry point. The stop loss is there, but what was the entry point for British pound dollar?
I don't know. He's going to tell us now. I don't think that's relevant. I think the stop loss is relevant. Where do you think that you are wrong? So I think that you've got spot on, Robert. You're definitely wrong where you point 1.36066. 1.36066. Okay.
Oh, it's a pretty high.
It's pretty high, but maybe it does. Yeah, look, but you are in a position to you can add to your position. I'm not sure how big you're trading, but you don't have to tell me in terms of the risk you're taking. I'm just saying, like, if you get a pullback, especially closer to the 1.50 level, 1.51 roughly, if you can get close to that, very, very good spot to add to your position. Okay. Another thing you can do is you can just draw some flip levels here. Where is it? Oh my God. There we go. Okay, because I can't really see anything very clear, but yeah, you see around this 50 level, you can add a position. 1.354. I think 1.354 would be a good level to add. Yeah, and just kind of sit back and just make sure that you calculate how much you will lose if it does go and hit your level here. just make sure you don't lose track of that. That's the most important thing. Just control your risk, especially when you want to add to a position. Okay. Yeah, so that's my take on that. And Bitcoin is now, you see, this is 100% identical to the entry anyway. That divergence in price, bullish push to the upside, breaks the candle. I didn't take the entry there, but
yeah,
it's identical.
You've also got you've got a bit of support underneath as well. There's the 200 MA on the 1 hour as well, giving you a bit of support. So it's a pretty good play.
Yeah. All right, guys, but that brings us to the end of this session. Robert and Lola, and also it was great to see you in the chat today, Tom, and everybody else watching. Thanks for watching. The next session starts in half an hour from now. But Igor, Paul, it was great to see you guys today. Have a great evening. And see you tomorrow. Have a good one, guys. Have a good one.
Bye-bye, guys.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Bye.
Hello, Michael.
What's
I see
up? What's
the
up?
LED lights.
Yeah, you know, just a
They
new
look
little
good.
style. You know what I'm saying? Had to get like you.
Very nice. And the fact that they're blue, I'm assuming you had a good day.
No, so I'm actually pretty much at break even. So I got it blue.
Okay, that's fair play. That's fair play. Still. Hey, Robert, how you doing?
Hey, Rob, what's up?
We're just waiting on Aymane. He should be here any second. And we can get the show on the road.
Does Aymane know the session starts right now?
I don't know.
He gonna have to get him
Maybe,
a 5 minute
maybe
head
the
start.
power.
Here on time.
Maybe the power's gone out again on this building.
Man.
Who knows?
Let's hope not.
But
anyway, how was your trading
yeah,
day?
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Did a bunch of small scalps. We had a nice bullish move. I was anticipating the bulls to come in. There's a beautiful big gap that it tapped into and just shot up nicely. Didn't hold a lot of it because, truth be told, I wasn't sure if it would reverse, like how far high it will go. It went pretty high, cleared the high of the day, but I was kind of like, I don't know if it's going to go much higher. So I kind of just got in, got out, got in, got out. Every time there was a bit of a retracement, few pips, boom, boom, just kind of scalp my way up it. But it worked well. So I'm happy.
Nice. Well, that's good. You're doing better than me right now. I've been sitting in this AUD CAD trade all day, and it's just kind of hanging out, And then I've been waiting on silver to set up. Same thing. I'm like, what is going on? Like this is crazy. It's just sitting in the same spot, and I'm just sitting in AUD CAD like plus. Actually, I'm -4 right now. -4 pips.
No problem. Well, that's not too bad. -4 pips, pretty minor for the most part.
Right.
Aymane has just messaged. He said he's facing technical issues. He's trying to fix it, so he should be here any moment.
Gotcha.
It is what it is. But also Dow Jones. I set an alert yesterday in the session. I was like, I really want to buy it if it gets there. The alert went off. Guess what I didn't do?
You didn't take it?
It happened like at some random time in pre-market. I saw the alert on my phone and I was like, I had other work to do. And then I checked when the US opened, I checked the market. I look at it and I'm like, oh man, how did I miss that? Like beautiful trade. In fact, I was
about to say, did it hit? It sounded like it was good.
It would have been fantastic. I'm talking zero drawdown, all profit. It would have been exceptional, that trade. But yeah, let me pull up the Dow Jones. So in the session yesterday, I said when it hits this gap right here, this beautiful gap, I had the alert there. I want to trade it up.
I see it.
Look at the move, man. Sometimes I think
it went all the way to TP.
I mean, my TP probably would have been like there. Do you know what I mean? Probably even there. I did not expect that, but what a beautiful move. I mean, sometimes I think I should what do you call it? I should have just pending orders on these really extreme gaps, the ones that are like really far down, because I know the reaction is always going to be good. Had it on ES as well, to be fair. The same thing on ES. Here's the gap. We tapped into it 9 a.m. my time. Never came back to retest and shot up. So this gap right here, really nice. Again, it's too early. You know, I wasn't trading. Like I didn't get to start trading once the price was already up here. And then I literally just went from zone to zone. So as it broke through, came back on the other side, bought it up again, got out, waited, bought it again. You can't really see it, but it did test the zone again, bought it. Nice. And then I bought it once here as well, up to like maybe the point of control sign, like a very small scalp. So I scalped a few times the way up. But yeah, not bad at all. Is Aymane in yet? Oh, he is here. Aymane.
Man.
Sorry,
Hey.
guys. My laptop just there was some big lagging.
That's
How
okay.
are you doing, guys?
Very,
All
very
right.
good.
Oh, Michael, nice blue color.
Yeah, you know, I had to get like Sam. You know, I'm like, you know what? I think I like that. I'm gonna have to get those.
Okay. So I am the only one right now who don't have lights.
Exactly. You know what you need to do, Aymane.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to change these things to green. You know, that's all I'm really trying to do is change them to green.
But what does it mean? What does it mean blue?
I'm at
Like,
break even. I'm in like right at break even right now. I didn't close the trade, so I'm down like 4. I'm in at 77. It's at 80, so I'm down 3 pips technically.
Oh, okay.
But I didn't close the trade, so I'm blue for right now. I need to turn them green.
Yeah.
I feel that you will turn them green. Don't worry.
Man, you know I'm a little salty from yesterday still when I got stopped out on that gold trade. I'm like, you know, my session today, we literally talked about that trade for 2 hours today. 2 hours.
But yeah, and that's what hurt the most. It's not like you get stopped out, like let's say straight away, or it's more like a couple of minutes or hours you are in the trade, play with you a little bit, and then one candle, boom, stopped out. That's what.
But that one stopped me out in 20 minutes. I'm like, what in the world? After all of that, 20 minutes. I'm like, all right, I need to do some markup, some homework. I did a deep dive on that trade yesterday. And this is a good learning lesson too, right? Because you just get to understand that a lot of the times you think that you might have made a mistake or like what happened. No, natural loss, natural trade. But it was just one of those things where at that exact moment they had that interest cut news came out or something. It was while I was in that trade. It was like spur of the moment. It was like down, I think 36,000 or something. And in essence, they came out, we're gonna have to borrow some money. And obviously on the fundamental side, that kind of added to it. So gold shot up right after that. Gold is up right now from yesterday.
Yeah, we never, when I checked, like we never came back to that point. Like,
yeah,
you remember before it turned to go up, you said this week. You remember it was inside a week.
Yep.
Yeah.
Told me up. That thing told me up.
Yeah. Any trades today, guys? Any?
Yeah, I was just showing before you came. In fact, let me get my screen back up.
I need to see the goats trade for the day now. I'm sorry, Sam. You have to repeat.
So, don't worry. Lock in.
You trade NQ?
No. ES. Yeah. Did I trade NQ? Come on, Aymane. You know me better than that.
Who knows? Maybe. There is always a maybe.
So I had a bullish bias today when I got onto the computer, simply because of this beautiful gap here. We tapped into it, and it's a very extreme one, right? It's quite low down. It's quite extreme. There is one more down here, but that would be like even better if it got there, because I think the reaction would be even more crazy. But nonetheless, I had a bullish bias up until, again, when we get back to this area. So basically, if we get to here, I'm short. If we get to here, I'm long. In terms of trading, I did just a few very quick scalps. I didn't actually start trading until the US Open, so it was like quite high up already. And as we broke through this gap here and it came back into it, I bought very quick scalps because I wasn't sure how long this is going to last. Truth be told, I didn't expect it to go this high. I thought it'll probably get to like around here, retrace a bit, you know what I mean, sideways, and then like maybe the next day make its last push up again back to these highs. It just did it in one move basically today. So I was very cautious even buying it. So I just scalped it up to the last high up. Again, here I did it as well, and then once more here. So very few scalps. But what I do want to show is, so yesterday on Dow Jones, I made it I set an alert for this area here, saying this is where I want to buy it. And obviously, I didn't actually take the trade. I completely missed it. The alert went off. I saw it, never checked the charts. Come today, and I'm like, what the hell, man? Like, this would have been perfection, this trade.
Beautiful.
Like, literally no drawdown. Probably a tiny, tiny bit of drawdown here. I'm talking like a pip or two. But even better, and this is something Aymane's going to like, the same trade on NQ was even better. So if you look at the NQ chart, here's the gap, right? Beautiful gap right there. NQ literally would have had, and I mean zero drawdown, because it touched it and didn't even like go a little bit deeper into it. It literally touched the line and off it went. So NQ would have been a seriously good trade. You're talking zero drawdown, straight back to the high again. You could have targeted. Beautiful. But yeah, so I'm gonna give it to NQ. NQ.
What?
And ES had the same zone also.
ES exactly the same as well, but a little bit of drawdown. Not even actually. No, ES as well. Here's the zone, right there. Yeah, ES as well. But technically, you can just about see that wick.
Yeah.
Like I'm talking like less than a pip. How much is that? I probably can't even measure it. That's how small it is. 0.5, like nothing. But NQ had the least amount of drawdown it would have been. But all three, perfect. Would have played out really nice. All three of the indices. But yeah, we'll check on NQ today. And we'll try and trade it. There was a nice trade on NQ back a few hours ago. Beautiful gap here, nice and clear, visible. As it came back, dipped into it, could have very easily bought it. I'm still bullish. I do need to clean up the charts a bit because these charts, there's a lot of zones that are now defunct. They're not anymore in play, and I need to clear out these charts a bit because it's looking all a bit messy on NQ, and get rid of that. That's going to be well and truly filled by now, so that's gone. So yeah, there's only one gap available. So in terms of NQ, I don't see a trade unless we get back down to here. So I'm going to set an alert. But sadly, I don't think there's actually any opportunities. At least I doubt in this session I'll be able to get a trade in. But I might check on Go Charting. Their volume profile is a little bit different. I feel it's also a little bit more accurate. Like when I put my zones, I've used their zones a little bit. I don't know. I feel like they're just a little bit better. Like you can kind of just see, because they're more narrow as well. They're more sort of precise, and it uses the proper volume data, so not tick data. And you can kind of see how it just sort of shot up, came back, touched it again, off it went. And the next zone hasn't yet touched it. So I'm expecting this zone to be touched at some point in this session still. Not this live session, but this trading session. So I'm still very bullish on it. But let me check if there is actually any zones. There's technically one there, but that's dead in the middle. I'm not going to trade that. Yeah, no, unless it gets right up to there. I want to short it if it goes up to there. Buy it if it comes back down to here. But yeah, there's nothing on NQ at the moment. It's just dead in the middle of price. And the risky, although I have a bullish bias and I'm pretty confident we're going to be hitting that zone today, the problem is if I enter a buy now, even if I put my stop quite tight, there's a 50-50 chance we could just be ranging still and it will take out the stop. Do you know what I mean? So you have to, if you're going to buy it, you have to buy it when it's low down especially in a price action like this where it's very rangy. You can't be expecting a breakout. You might get lucky, but you want to be buying it low down just to give yourself that good risk reward. Then you can put your stop below here, and you can feel quite confident that your stop probably won't get hit. But yeah, so maybe even if it gets down to these lows at the bottom of the range, I might be able to buy it. And if it decides to dip down a bit and do like a little liquidity grab, that's fine. I can absorb that kind of drawdown for a bit and then maybe jump in again if it touches that zone. So either way, I'm covered. So that might be my game plan right now. Unless it gets to the top here, then I'm shorting it. That's another one. If it gets up here, I'm straight in for a sell.
Right.
So, cool. That's me done.
Yeah.
Nice,
My day actually, I finished the day with a loss. Let me show. My bias today was bearish actually. Bias was bearish.
If mine's bullish, yours is bearish, and vice versa.
Yeah, of course. You already know you guys is whatever it's the opposite. That's what it will be. You're bearish, he's bullish. You're bullish, he's bearish.
The fact we trade pretty much the same instrument, let's be honest, right? NQ and ES, pretty much the same. The fact that we trade the same style as well, order flow, I don't know how we keep seeing the opposite.
It's weird. It's almost weird.
Yeah. I was bearish today. Took one trade stop and then one break even, and then I call it. Let me see. So the idea of the trade or the bias today. So we were still in this supply area, and the previous day. So we took the previous candle high. We closed red. So for me, like I was expecting, let's say, a continuation lower. This was let's say my bias for the day, and especially we were trending from yesterday when we were in the session, and after on the Asian session we continue lower. Yes, before in London a little bit we hold this demand right here, but I was more, let's say, into shorting the market based on the weekly supply and the daily. So the first zone I had, which is a supply area here, took the previous high, closed red. So I shorted the market actually right here. Short the market somewhere, I think somewhere here, yeah. My stop loss was above this wick, and I was targeting this candle here without any wick. This was my first target. Also, we have a demand here. Took the previous low, close green, continuation. The other confirmation that I had. Ooh, you see what I'm seeing now? Are the market is going down or what? 790. Something is happening.
Let's have a look.
Ooh. They are preparing to melt down again.
Where are you seeing 790? Is this
900? It's 5 minutes.
5 minutes, right.
5 minutes, 6:10 your time.
On my end, it says 129.
129.
Yeah.
129. If you check go charts or
that's the one I'm checking. Go chart. Let me check TradingView what it says.
So if it's 129, it's just tick. I think just I should change the ticks.
TradingView says, give me a second. Oh yeah, TradingView's got a huge 1,000 something.
1,081.
I got 1,390 on TradingView. So I this is what worries me, man. Sometimes they don't make any sense.
Yeah, but the difference most of the time is just 100, like 100.
Yeah, which is fine, but when it's like that much difference, I don't know.
But yeah,
who knows?
Let's see just before I finish the explanation. Let's see, 15 minutes. Doesn't look like it's going down.
I don't think it will, to be honest. It still hasn't tapped into that area. And there's no giant well, at least on go-karting, what the hell am I talking about? Go charting. At least on go charting, there's no giant delta. So I don't know, man. I don't know.
Wow. This is actually interesting to see. So there is two things now. Okay, there is 10 minutes left to the 15 minutes candle to close. Or there will be no retracements and just push up and break. Or it will be an absorption and we will still hold here and come back and take the lows. But definitely there is, I don't know. For me, it's unusual this, like those big clusters. It's similar like what we traded yesterday. If you remember, Sam, the last.
Yeah.
Let's go back into it.
I mean, personally, I see a ranging market right now. So I think it will drop down, but it has to go a little bit higher. It has to take out the previous high. Because even if there is a large cluster, right, that wouldn't be stops getting taken out. That wouldn't be liquidity being taken out because it's not even the high yet. Do you know what I mean? Until that high gets taken out, then if I see like a nice big chunk of, buy orders, boom, 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 piled up with immediate kind of sell pressure come in, I'm shorting that market like crazy. Short.
Actually, I have a potential small buy. Should I take it? Trade.
I mean, you can. I personally wouldn't. I'd be too scared to trade it right now, just because we're dead in the middle of we're higher up on the range. Do you know what I mean? And unless it breaks out, unless this is the breakout, so it's a bit of risk in my opinion.
It's risky. It's risky, but I'm looking for the continuation of those big clusters and break the high. Let's see. Take profit. I'm not sure where let's see. If we hold like this next 7 minutes, we hold this price here, I will be out. I want to trade the continuation. Where is the cluster? I want to trade the continuation of this. So straight away continuation. Let's see. Just take profit. I'm not sure where. Okay, let's put it here on those 22,019. I cannot move it. Okay. Let's see stop loss. Stop loss 21,916. Switch to 15.
Sorry. On Go charting, I was looking at ES. I wasn't looking at NQ. My bad. Let me check on ES. I mean on NQ. Yeah, on Go charting. Yeah, there it is. 1,100. Oh my. Damn, man. I was about to make I was basing decisions on the wrong chart. What is wrong with me?
Yeah. Sam?
Oh, yes. Okay. It's looking okay. I was looking at ES chart all this time thinking it's NQ. Things look very different on okay, ES, yeah, absolutely. We've already tapped into an area in ES. It's already been tapped. Let me no, it hasn't been tapped. No, I'm talking rubbish. It hasn't. The high of the day. Sorry, I'm all over the place right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna say you better talk into a bad trade.
The high of the day is the point of control of yesterday. That is the reaction we're seeing right now. That's why it's an arranging market. Whenever we get into the highest volume, always pretty much expect a range. That's like a strategy that a lot of people can employ. If you use the volume profile to look for the point of control of the previous day, if we tap into that, expect the ranging market, and then use the RSI or the stochastics, and you can actually make quite a bit of money just doing that. But it only works if it's in the ranging market. And a good way to anticipate a range is if you're at the point of control of yesterday's volume. It's a good little tip there. Personally, I don't do that, but it can work if you back test it.
It's 4 minutes left, and it's not reacting to those big clusters on the 15 minutes. So it's a bad sign. Normally, if this is a market orders, like you see straight away continuation. Yeah. But what we are getting now is let's wait another 4 minutes, see how this 15 minutes candle close, and then we will make a decision. Okay, so let's go back to the trade I took. Yeah, it was here. We tapped into the supply, and we had, I remember, 90 at the top. I thought it's an absorption, but it was not an absorption. Where is it? 12. Yep. Okay, the price changed a little bit. Yeah, it was something like this. Yeah, when we touched the supply, we had this 97 at the top. And when I enter somewhere here, like, to be honest, I thought like we're breaking, because you can see here this minus 168. So I said, okay, there is sellers, aggressive sellers are entering. But we printed this cluster here at the low, and we jumped back like to become again green, and then I got stops out somewhere here. I took another trade, but it took me out break even. So after this 8,078 on volume, like after this small trend down, like we had the biggest volume here with some big cluster, and I entered somewhere here, and I got break even when the price came back, and then it went higher. So okay, this trade is not looking good. Let's see. No. Two minutes left, and we will make the decision. It's hard. Like, it's like 2 minutes left, and the candle is pushing down. And for me, how I see it is flipping green. So I think this is start to show a sell, not even a buy. Let's get out from this trade.
I'm telling you, it's ranging. Got a ranging market.
I'm out.
Say, get out of that bad boy. The thing ain't acting right. It's been a tough week for me. I can't even lie. I'm down 1.5.
Yeah. This week it's a little bit different. We most of the time, always when we have a CPI week, like the market is slow in the beginning, like of the week. After that, like it's a little bit tough price action, but yeah. So let's wait for this 30-minute candle to close. Let's check the 1 hour and 30 minutes.
All right, I've got the depth of market for NQ up finally. I can actually see it now properly.
Wow.
The search system is so bad. You type in NQ and it's like cannot be found. Like, what do you mean you can't find NQ?
Right.
And then do you know what it had to do? It had to put an at symbol before it, at NQ. I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Is this program not sophisticated enough to understand what I mean when I type in NQ?
Come on.
Because NQ is too fast, you know.
Yeah. Of course.
This thing is look like maybe it's going down. What you think, Sam? When you check this 15 minutes,
We're ranging, man.
you think ranging?
100% a ranging market. Wait for it to break out on one end. Like I said, wait for it to get a little bit higher. Once it takes out the high that it created, it's being wedged. Look at the 15 minute. Can you see how like it's like a triangle wedge? I forget the name of the exact pattern. But like when price is being squeezed like that, and then the candles get smaller and smaller, eventually there's a breakout.
Yeah.
So
like there is some traders, they are trading something like this. I'm not sure.
exactly like that.
What we call this? Like trend line from
Rising
triangle?
wedge, something like that. Rising wedge. Again,
Yeah,
patterns.
yeah.
I haven't done patterns in well over like 7 years or something. So that was yeah, I forget all the names for it, but
Let's check gold. Sorry, Michael.
Damn gold.
Damn gold.
let's not talk
Maybe
about
there is
gold.
some. Huh?
Let's not
Okay.
talk about gold. Gold is. I hate gold as well.
Man, it's
What-
the
what-
craziest
What you said, Sam, yesterday about gold? You should be bipolar or something.
Bipolar, yeah.
thing.
Gold's got split personality disorder. That's what gold has.
Yes.
Yeah. It's like
Gold
a
is
sour
an
patch kid. One
Yep.
moment it's nice, and the next moment it's mean.
You ever see that film Split? The movie Split. Watch that. That's gold right there.
Yeah, gold is something else.
Let's check the delta on gold.
These two that I'm looking at are going so slow. I keep looking to see if my internet's out, and clearly it's not. It's just still sitting in the same spot. It's so weird. This thing not moving at all.
Wow.
We're approaching the highs on NQ. Hopefully, we get a nice little breakout.
So I exit too early.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Gold is looking like it's gonna break those lows here. Nice scalp. We took this previous high, close red, continue.
all right. So, one thing to remember about gold: if it looks like it's about to do something, and it's like, oh, it's clear as day, do the exact opposite. I guarantee you. I agree. It looks like it's about to flood down. That's why I would be buying gold right now. I'm like, no, you're not getting me today.
It's ridiculous. Don't even know what to say. Don't even know what to say about it.
I guarantee you, gold will take out the low and then shoot up. It will do the exact opposite of what you expect it, what it looks like it wants to do, because that is what gold does.
It screws people over and takes their money.
Look at the delta sum on gold. Look. Red.
I wouldn't even care about the delta on gold.
9,000 at the top here. To be honest, it's
okay. I think NQ might have a trade coming up soon. I might be able to short NQ. I might be able to short it. It's getting very close now. Come on, NQ.
I'm actually close to shorting silver if this thing can confirm. So I'm just waiting on it.
On silver.
took the previous.
Silver is something I've never traded as well, either. Never traded silver in my life. Is it not similar to gold, or
it's I haven't had any bad experiences with silver, to be honest. It just moves quick or slow. Like, I will say that.
Yeah.
Runs.
Yeah. Plus, usually spreads are quite big on I can imagine on silver, the spread will be quite big. So not many people trade it, I don't think. It's quite a
It's almost an exotic, like an exotic metal or something. Like,
yeah. It's like trading copper or something.
Exactly.
I once looked at the copper chart, actually. Copper moves quite nicely. Like, it's actually, in terms of technical analysis, it's actually quite easy to trade, but the spread is ridiculous on copper.
Yeah.
You can't, it's something you just can't scalp. You have to be basically a swing trader to make it profitable. Robert says silver. Silver is the Ethereum to Bitcoin.
I can see that. If gold is Bitcoin, silver is Ethereum.
Damn right.
And ES is Euro USD.
He just had to bring that up.
What, the most heavily traded instrument in the world? Well, and I think that's a bad thing, is it? It just shows,
Say, what is that? Dominance.
Oh, come on. Come on, NQ.
You will short some after the break of this high? That was the plan.
A little bit higher, yeah. We're talking, let me see how many points higher of the break. So I want it to go about 10 pips. With the trading view measure tool, I never understand what is their points and what is their pips. It says 10 and then 40. Is 40 the amount? 10 points?
Yeah, points.
Or is it measuring it as pips? Then what the hell's the 40 after it?
Because like it depends. If you are trading futures, like there is no pips, there is just points. There is points and ticks So if you
ticks. Okay, I'm with you now.
For example, if we measure from here to here, it's at 13. It's 13 points. But sometimes I think if you use another tool, it gives you ticks. I'm not sure which one. Price range, maybe it's this one. No. Sometimes there is some tools that give you 10 points, it's 40 ticks. So sometimes
that makes sense then, because one price level is 4 ticks. So yeah, that makes sense. Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wanted to go 10 points or 40 ticks above the high. That's my entry for a short.
Okay. Let's see if this gold, we will not answer, but let's see if we will take those lows here. Or as Sam said, we should buy instead of selling.
I'm just saying.
Right.
I haven't done any analysis on it, but I would just out of gut would buy because it looks like a sell. And it's gold.
It's gold. Yeah, it's gold. I have this idea also, like with gold. No. Respect to all traders who are consistently profitable with gold.
Yeah.
Some respect.
Yeah.
Definitely, man. A trader that's profitable in gold.
I almost feel like trying to trade gold is like fighting out of your weight class sometimes. Like,
yeah. You got to be so disciplined.
Yeah. It's crazy.
When you enter gold, I had bad experience with gold. Very, very bad experience.
I always felt gold, like some days, greatest feeling ever. It just does so well. And then another day, it will completely demolish you. And it's just so up and down. I can't stand that roller coaster. I need something calm and more smooth, like the S&P or Even euro, US dollar, like, do you know what I mean? Just something a bit more relaxed.
Right.
That isn't constantly trying to give me a heart attack, you know?
That's exactly how I felt.
Yeah.
Because remember last week I took gold, it was fine, hit it for 1 for 2. This week it smashed me yesterday for a whole 1%. So in 2 weeks, 2 trades, 50%, still up 1, but still, like the way it did it was just nasty. Like 20 minutes, I ain't been stopped out in 20 minutes in a long time.
Yeah. And you target like quite big take profits. Your ones are not like scalping trades. So
yeah,
it's insane, man.
it's ridiculous.
Well,
You,
NQ
you
is
said
just gone.
you said it Sam yesterday, like gold, one day you are good, second day you are good. It take you just one day to lose all your profit.
It's true.
Yeah.
Oh no, I just looked at gold. Definitely a buy for me. Definitely a buy. 100%. Look at this. Look at this. But now I'm worried because gold, now like on my analysis, it will tell me to buy it. So if I just real quick get my screen up, you can keep yours running in the background, don't worry, Aymane.
Yeah, yeah.
Lovely gap right here. Tapping into it, definitely more of a buy. But the one thing that does worry me is that there's another gap right below it. Gold might just want to tap into that. Why did it stop random? Oh, there, I can see it already. I can see it. There's a gap right here.
He's waiting for
See,
somebody
this
to
is what I
jump
don't
in so he
like.
can say, gotcha.
This is what I don't like about gold. You see, it respected that gap quite nicely, right? Wedged between both of these, and then randomly it shoots up, breaks it, and then continues going down. Why? Look how well it respected both these areas, right? Beautifully. You know, respecting it, respecting it, respecting it, respecting, no respect, and then back to respecting it, respecting it. This is what I mean. And it will be your luck that the one time you jump in, it will be there and you'll get stopped out.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just, I mean, gold is 100% in a range. But the fact that there's a gap right above it also now gives me a bearish bias. So again, it would have to break one of those two zones before I would decide what I'd want to do with gold. Yeah, 100%. So with gold, I would still be a bit more bullish just because there's another gap there, and then there's a tiny one there. So I can imagine gold will break it, go to this one, and then continue. I can imagine that happening. Or it could be nice, break this one, finally retest it, and continue. That's what I think gold would probably do. But yeah, I don't know. Has NASDAQ done it? Oh, NASDAQ's still playing around. I'll put your screen back up, Aymane. You're now live.
Yeah, slim pickings today for sure.
Let's have a look at Dow Jones. See what's on the Dow. Yeah, I'm definitely more on the shorter side for NQ as well. I just need it to go a little bit higher because I'm not comfortable shorting it where it is now. It needs to just go a little bit more up, just a few points, 10 points above the high. Give me that. I'm in. I'm in. It's dead in the range right now. The only issue I have is that it doesn't line up with ES. Like it lines up with the Dow, but ES is not lining up with NQ. But to be fair, no, I could actually see that happening because NQ moves a lot more. Actually, no. I think it does line up. I don't think ES will really push up that much. It won't break it. Yeah, this could work actually. This could actually work. All right. Come on,
What,
NQ.
the shorts?
Yeah. But it just needs to get to where I want it to go. If it doesn't get there, it's still in a range, man. It's still ranging. But it is slowly making its way up. The lows are, it's always higher lows. It's building up for a big move. It's gonna wick up at some point and then crash down. That's what I think is gonna happen. It's building up all that momentum up. It's accumulating right now like crazy.
I think it's gonna flush down from here.
You think it's gonna drop right now?
Yeah, it's
Remember though, Aymane, when it's in a ranging market, seeing trapped orders at the top and bottom is completely normal. Whenever you look at a range, you'll always see big buyers at the top, sellers at the bottom, because that's people think they're trying to chase the market, and it's obviously in a range. So you're always going to get that kind of high,
but but the only difference, like for this, it's not normal, let's say medium big orders at the top. This is like 5, 6, or 7 times more than the regular clusters. You see what I mean? Yeah, sometimes, like you said, in a range you find minus 100 or 200 at the bottom. At the top you find minus 100. Yeah. But here, like it's a little bit 800. Yeah, it's like double, 3, 4, 5 times. So
well, if we think about it logically, right? Why would that occur? Okay. Could that be, if it's high buyers, it's obviously not going to be then sellers exiting, because that doesn't make any sense because we're very bullish, right? There's not enough sellers in the market. So the only way I can think for that reason to occur is an iceberg order, right? So an iceberg order, if I show up my screen real quick, and I can explain this to the people watching as well. So if you look at a depth of market, right? These are all the pending orders, okay? An iceberg order would be basically like, imagine this is like one level on the depth of market, right? Like whichever price level. And there's, 4 contracts there available. Every time price dips into it, those 4 get executed, but then replenish. Right, so there's actually invisible amounts of orders, right? You're talking hundreds and hundreds. It's one institution, an algorithm that's stacking orders up. Every time they get executed, they replenish it, keep adding more, keep adding more, keep adding more. So it can't break one area, right? So that's the only explanation for a lot of those heavy buying. Someone's buying into an iceberg order. Now, the thing about iceberg orders, right, when you see them, it does make the market go in their direction, but eventually it's like there'll be a sudden jerk reaction at some point, okay? And I think you're right, but I still don't think it will drop immediately. I don't think it will drop immediately. I think it will first wick out the top, because if it's let me work this out. If it's an iceberg order on the ask, because it has to be the ask, market orders of people buying into it, they will appear as buy orders on the footprint. But that would then mean institutions are collecting sells. So it would drop then. It would drop. Yeah, it would drop. It will be a build-up of sellers.
For me, For me, you know why I am, let's say, more maybe we will not break the highs and we will go from there, because just this week, if you check some Wednesday and you check even Friday last week, we had similar, let's say, price. Just we were trending higher, create the high, and we struggled to break the high. Even we came back close really to it and we couldn't break it.
True.
So for me, when I saw those orders now, of course, it's just how I want to see things. But just those orders, maybe we could get a push down from there and to not take the highs, let's say. And if we check ES, maybe ES will take the highs, but NQ not. We will see. ES is really close to the highs, like the high of the day.
But if you look at Wednesday, right, like where it happened here, right,
Mm-hmm.
it was an immediate reversal. It wasn't an accumulation. This is an accumulation right now. Someone is building up a lot of contracts, and I do believe it's more on the sell side, absolutely. But it almost feels like, look, it hasn't moved because there hasn't been enough yet. It hasn't fulfilled the whole order. So there's a good chance a lot of the time you'll get, the reason it looks like a liquidity grab when these things happen, just like this, right? When you get this long wick, come down, grab, that's literally grabbing liquidity in order to fuel the move, right? So I think the same would happen. I think there's going to be a spike to fuel the move down. That's what I believe will happen. And that would line up with this gap. I don't think the high is protected, because the high itself, right, it's actually, if you look on the delta, relatively, there's relatively like no volume at the high. It's actually very low. So I think the high of the day will get created very soon. It will spike and then push down. And I want to catch that spike and jump in. But we're still very much in a range. But it's getting squeezed. Look how tight it's becoming now. Really, really tight. Like we're almost at the tip of it. It depends how you want to draw it exactly. But it's getting very, very tight.
Yeah, it's going to run in one direction.
It's going to wick out, grab liquidity, and shoot down. Depth of market is, look at these numbers here, 54.36 on the depth of market. Let's see what happens when price gets to it. Do they get absorbed? Here we go. Look, they're tapping into it, tapping into it, tapping into it. The numbers just all right. They just grabbed all that liquidity. That's where this 100 has come from. It's starting to push up. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it will drop just yet. It will drop, but not just yet. The move is being built up. Still accumulating at this stage. 40. Look at that. Someone refilled it there again. That could be people getting the hell out.
This is NQ you have on the DOM.
Yeah, this is NQ. We keep seeing a lot of buy limits being added, taken out, added, taken out. But price is like an iceberg again. Someone is building up buy contracts, but they're very hidden. They're almost hidden within the sellers. And I'm not seeing that on the sell side. Well, probably because we're low down on the range. I'm sure if we got to the top of the range, we'd see similar things. Who knows? Who knows? We'll see. Hopefully, I do hope that it will go back up, because I know it'll be a great trade if it gets to here. It'll be a really nice trade. We're now at the point of control. The point of control shifted. Be very anticlimactic if it just starts dropping down. It just wouldn't look right. Imagine how boring that would be.
Yeah. So it's only doing that because nobody's in it. Somebody got to jump in it, and then it'll act crazy.
Like, it's true. When have you ever seen price just go?
Yeah. When you're not in the trade, it just does it. Yep. As soon as you get in the trade, just stuff goes crazy. Like, oh, whoa.
It's got to do a gold.
Right.
Speaking of gold, let's actually have a look. Gold's doing nothing really. Gold's been quite boring.
The show starts on NQ. Let's see.
What's interesting though is if you look at the Dow Jones is actually moving up quite, not great, but it's kind of like, it's a lot steady. More steady in terms of moving up. That is more what I would expect when you see then just like a push down, right? ES as well, similar. ES is more like NQ, to be fair. NQ is
I never thought I would hear you say that.
Gotta be honest. NQ's not as good as ES, but similar. Similar.
You had to add that part in there.
Okay, it's getting to the bottom of the range. Oh no, we're still dead in the middle of the range. If you looked like it moved a lot, but we're still dead in the middle of the range.
But still, it's like from the high. Oh, not much. 40 points from the high. Come on, NQ. Yes, I know, Robert. Yeah, Sam slowly is seeing the light. Yeah, I agree 100%. He will convert. He will convert. No worry.
Doubtful.
Okay, so now
NQ's numbers are so tiny. I'm not used to seeing such small digits. You know, that's why it moves so much, right? Because there's so little liquidity at NQ. So, you know, like one contract actually makes the market move a little bit. With ES, like, there's so much liquidity in ES. There's so much money being, you know, traded left, right, and center. Doesn't move as much. Gives it more of a balanced market, more stable, you see. Man, this is boring. Come on, NQ, do something. I swear, if this whole session is just the range, it's going to be an absolute joke.
No, it will push straight down. Okay, 30 seconds. If you check the delta on the 15, if you check the delta on 15 minutes, you will see a big cluster at the low. So I'm expecting straight continuation. Let's see how the candle open.
To be fair, that 1.6K on that 6 o'clock candle is that is a little bit worrying for the buyers.
And moment of decision.
Still very much in the range.
We finally got the moving on this thing.
Very much in the range still, I would say. It's 55 at 21,935. 21,935. 21,935. Right at the top. There's 50 contracts there. We'll see what happens. If price dips into that. $54, here we go. Price is dipping into it. 54 contracts, there we go. Come on, dip into it. I'd love to see what actually happens when this plays out. It's dropped down to 40. That means 10 were executed, hasn't been refilled. It's not breaking that area. It's not breaking that area. I'll probably try again. Man, this is boring. I thought NQ is meant to be exciting. What's going on? Constantly talking about how much NQ moves. Look, what's happening?
And what's ES doing? It's moving.
ES is trending like crazy. Beautiful structure, you know, higher highs, higher lows. Really clear trend structure right now. Yes, it's beautiful. There's someone unloading orders. I can see it on the depth of market. Always 50 at a time on every.
I'm in.
Oh, you jumped in? Show your screen. Get your screen up.
So I'll show you some action. Let me jump in this trade. I'll show you some action.
Yeah, so let's start here. So 30 minutes.
Did you do?
So
did you buy or sell?
Can you? Is my screen up or not?
Yeah.
We can see it now.
I can't see.
No, I short. No, I short.
Oh, short.
So you can see here, like we took this high, close red, and those orders, like this orders here, I think like this is a big absorption that we will come back, at least take this low here. And after the 30, this is 30-minute delta. We had 246 at the low, so I short straight away after.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you still here?
Oh, he's technical difficulties. Well, Aymane is right, he's out the studio. He'll come back. He's got some technical difficulties.
I'm gonna share my screen real quick.
Yeah, please do.
Show these two that I was looking at. Really, just been kind of just hanging on out. I actually took this on a 4-hour chart, AUD CAD, and this thing has not done anything. Like, not really nothing at all. Obviously, same move as always. 5,200 cross, and we got this nice little M structure. Supposed to go short. This thing pulled back. I could expect this because this is a 4-hour chart. So on a 1 hour, you would expect this, but I'm in it going short to this ADR low here. Just taking forever in a day. Like literally, I'm at break even right now at 76. It's the weirdest thing. I've been in here for forever.
A slow market.
I feel like I'm like trapped in this same little area. Yeah, this is so annoying too, especially after what happened to me yesterday. It's just annoying.
I know your pain. I know how you feel, man.
Dude, this is annoying. And I'm like, seriously? Oh, wait. Yeah. Like, come on. So we got this one that I'm actually currently in at break even. Literally for forever. Then I'm looking at this silver trade. Super close to setting up as well. We actually did have a nice setup in London, crazy enough. Obviously, I don't trade London, so I was not here to see this. But nice and simple setup. And it's happened really quick, right? So we got the 1350 cross. So we know in level 1, that next move is the first pullback to the 50 EMA, close below, stops above here. Bang, this thing ran in 1 hour, did the whole move. The whole move, 1 hour.
Beautiful.
Right, so the next move would be to, I'm trying to catch this this pattern off this 200 for the shorts here. I want it to close below this little price, as you can see, like this. When I scoot this over, these 3 little candles that's right here, this red one, green one, and red one, and this green one actually, so a 4th one. They just kind of playing around right there. So I don't want to, normally I would just take it when it closes below the 13, but right now that's not enough because it'll mess around and just continue to chop. So I'm not going to take it until it gets below a close below this area. All right, so that's kind of what I'm waiting on, but super slow. This thing not doing nothing, just hanging on now. So I couldn't, I can't even really do anything with it yet.
Yeah, look at that. It's just the candles are just microscopic.
Yeah, and I call them baby candles. Like all of these little baby candles, they just super small, not doing anything at all. Just even before this, you had some decent sized candles. Then it just baby. All these little baby candles, can't get nothing. Maybe this again will set up later in the day or in London. But either way, I got an alert set. Hopefully, I can grab this if I'm not asleep. Yeah, that's pretty much it for me. Just those two mainly. I got beat up yesterday on gold, so I'm trying to be calm and be patient and not do nothing stupid to ruin the rest of the week. Yeah, this GU and GJ that I always go over, not still like I've been pointing out, I'm not interested in this at all. Because once we get this 5,200 cross, I'm looking for the W's off the 200. So price need to come on down here. Give me that move. Market baseline is above the static, so I need to come down for the reload. And that'll look something like this. So I'll be interested in the move if it does all of this. But until then, I am not. Oh, that'd be nice. That's almost a 3-for-1. This did set up. Yeah, this probably won't happen until like next week, though. That's GU. And then same thing on GJ, right? We do got this. This isn't a fresh cross. There's actually a bounce. The fresh cross is over here. So I'm not interested in this. I will be looking more for shorts on this move. Right? I want to see the 5,200 cross. So I know I'm in level 2. All right. And then I'll be interested in that M off the 200 going short. Right. And that will look something like this. So
yeah.
GU and GJ, once again, are dead for me. I'm not interested in it at all. But we are out of level 3 and we in level 1 right now. Reason you can tell that because we got the 1350 cross. So next up would just be the 5200 cross for us to signify that we're in level 2. Give us a nice pattern, of course, with the market baseline going above the static for the reload. And then I'll be interested then. But until